Wait, is it screen sharing my presenter view? Okay. We'll try that again. All right, welcome everyone. This is the workshop on dexterous manipulation, learning and control with diverse modalities. And thank you all for being here this morning. Uh, so really, the inspiration for our workshop is there's been a lot of surge of interest in humanoids recently. And humanoids shown really great acrobatics, but the manipulation of robot hands is really hard. We found that the hand is, a lot of engineering, and as Optimus said, it's close to half of their work. And really, we're excited by this because now feels like the right time for dexterous manipulation. There's a lot of interest, a lot of new hardware coming out, and robot learning methodologies that can make our robot hands work. We looked at sort of the number of archive papers containing Dexterous. We saw that the number of papers is going up a lot. There's a lot of interest in this area, which is really exciting. Sort of the question we always ask is, well, why do we really want robot hands? We've been using grippers for many years. And really, it comes down to, when I think about it more, I think it's about the human world being designed for the human hand. Being able to use tools and different objects in the kitchen and in everyday life is really designed for the human hand. And hands allow us to do a diverse range of tasks and use a bunch of different tools that would be otherwise difficult. And recently, there's been a lot of work in machine learning on learning from humans, learning from teleoperation, learning from human data. And that requires robot hands very often, because robot hands are in similar embodiments to humans, which is easy to teleoperate and collect data for. And there's been a lot of interest in prosthetics. So as organizers, we thought about some, opportunities and challenges ahead for dexterous manipulation. What does it actually mean to be dexterous? Is dexterous manipulation just multi-finger hands? Which tasks should we focus on? And will our approach need to evolve over time and over the years? So hopefully, to answer these questions, you have to write workshop. We have a bunch of different speakers, a poster session, and spotlight talks from the community. We had 23 submitted papers this year. Thank you all for submitting. We have 16 being presented today, 8 in the morning, 8 in the afternoon. We also have a panel with our speakers where you can ask questions and engage with them. So this is our schedule. We're at the intro right now. How long we'll start? We have 6 invited speakers. We have a poster and demo session in the morning from spotlight speakers, as well as in the afternoon. And then we also have closing remarks at the end and a panel in the middle. Just a quick review for the spotlight talks. You guys have 3 minutes for your talk. I send an email out with a link to upload your slides. If you want to, you can also email it to me if you don't want it to be shared with everyone else. And you can display your poster during the assigned morning or afternoon session. Our posters are zone 5, 22 to 27. There are 6 poster boards and 8 posters, so we'll have to share or work it out. And this is on the website as well, but these are the link to all the posters. And also thank you to our sponsors, DexMate and Wuji. Wuji, we're having a demo outside. You can check out their hand. And thank you to all the organizing team, especially Halja for really, helping out with his experience in workshop organizing. Bing Hao could not be here, but he helped a lot with the open review, and everyone else for helping with organizing. Great. So any questions before we start? Otherwise, we can have the first speaker come up. I'll introduce you real quick. You have HDMI? Yeah. Are you on the Zoom? Oh, sorry. So if you go on my calendar invite, there's a Zoom link, and then you can just screen share. Check. I just added it to the calendar. Hopefully, you just need to go. The first step connect with the Wi-Fi. So there's this CoRL Wi-Fi. So anyway. I added to the calendar. I'm not sure if it's on your email. Or I can just email to you. Just leave that to hopefully this one, invitation is just it's the time, like a minute to time. Okay, this one? Yeah. Or probably I just yeah, and then it comes into so I shine. Tucker, welcome our I'd like to welcome our first speaker. Hei Wang is a tenure track assistant professor in the Center of Frontier and Computing Sciences at Peking. He leads the EPIC lab and also is CTO of Beijing Gaba. He's done a lot of great work in dexterous manipulation. I really like some of his grasping work. Oh, no sound?
You need the sound.
Yeah, we need
Right control.
Yeah, can you?
And this work basically, we systematically study all grasp taxonomy human have. A famous paper studying human hand says there are in total 33 grasp types for human being. I don't mean this must be exclusive, but it's a very comprehensive study of human grasp types. I would give some examples. For example, the first type is called large diameter. It's basically power grasp wrapping around. And for example, the 19th grasp type is called distal type. Is to use to hold scissors. And the 21st grasp type is called the tripod variation. It's used to grab chopsticks. And now we come up with a pipeline that can synthesize all 33 grasp types. And for example, in the bottom left corner, you can see you can choose one grasp type and then choose any object, post them at any orientation, and we can use that grasp type to find the corresponding grasping poses on it. And also this synthesized pipeline also works for any robotic hand. The bottom right corner show you we can synthesize using shadow hand, leper hand, lip hand, etc. And how does this synthesized pipeline work? So I will give you guys some insight. It's actually a quite complicated pipeline. So first of all, when you specify a grasp type, we can find the corresponding grasp energy template. This grasping energy template basically specify for this grasp type, where is the contact points. And at the contact point, what is the normal direction? And for each individual grasp type, actually, this grasp template is not unique, but we would start with a common one to start the search. And once you have this initial template, then you can squeeze an object into this hand pose. And you can randomize the orientation and the position. Just try to make sure you have a roughly global alignment between the object pose and the initial hand pose. Once you've successfully squeezed this object into this hand pose, then you are, just get rid of all the failure cases and let the successful ones pass. Then you need to adjust the hand fingertips. This is done via a simulation-based local refinement. And we use the simulator according to the force formula we showed there, and just try to make sure each individual contact point can apply appropriate forces so that this object can stay. And again, many trials may fail, and we just get the successful ones pass. And then at the end, we will use simulator to validate whether the data is good or not. If in the simulator, we will give random gravity direction and simulate, let the simulation go in and see whether the object will fall or not. If it doesn't fall, then it means this is a firm and successful grasp. We will then record this data. So actually, there is one more step. When you get this data, you should iterate on the grasp template, add those template successful grasp to the initial template library, and this forms a loop. And you can do this for all the grasp types on all the objects. So this is a visual comparison between DexGraspNet and other papers and the taxonomy. You can see, even for, simple power of this multi-finger squeezing grasps, taxonomy show more diversity than all the previous method. And also only taxonomy can give you diverse, for this kind of is called a distal grasp. This is how you pass the finger into the hole of the mud and grasp it. Only taxonomy can synthesize this kind of data. And then we are able to train a type conditional diffusion model to a generative model, again, for grasp pose, not for action. And give an object, and you specify the object point cloud, and you specify your grasp type as a condition. This like diffusion-like model will give you the rotation, translation, and joint angles. And this allows us to do some real-world experiments. For example, for this medicine box, you are able to specify different grasp types. And now you can, for example, the large diameter wrap, this is the first case. And this 24 is like how you hold a needle, use 2 fingers, and we can use this grasp type to grasp the medicine boxes. And there are many more examples on diverse objects. And then just give you a visualization of this data set. Sorry, for some reason, this video doesn't play. So we, at the end, we synthesize about 10 million grasps on diverse object data set. So if you want, you can go to the webpage of this taxonomy. It's already open source. The data set is already open source. And build upon taxonomy and our Dexterous synthesis pipeline in this year SCV 2025, which is approaching, we have a spotlight paper called DexVRG. It's Dex Vision Language Grasping Model. Again, this is not an end-to-end model, but it follows the vision language pre-training plus a new modality, this paradigm, where we can give a language description, grasp the handle of the hammer, and then the model output the corresponding grasping poses. Again, you need to use motion planning plus some heuristic to execute this grasping pose, which is still the limitation. And this data set, I would skip the detail. It has 170 million data, and each data come with the 3D object geometry point cloud and language description of this grasp, and also the grasp poses. This is a visualization. The language description would mention the part and also the type of the grasp. And hopefully this will give this research community a new data set to improve the tool understanding, Dexterous learning. And this is some like real world experiments, grasp the cap part of the bottle object, and you can see in the diffusion model that part, corresponding part light up, and then in the real world, we're gonna grab the cap part instead of other region. Okay, then I would quickly talk about another approach, reinforcement learning. As I mentioned, back to 2023, we already got this Unidex Grasp++ paper, which proposed specialist to generalist distillation paradigm. Basically, you use one specialist to learn grasping similar objects with similar orientations. And then through hierarchical distillation, you use policy distillation, basically dagger, to form a generalist policy that can do grasping on all kinds of objects with arbitrary orientations. And this idea allows us to get a very successful generalizable Dexterous grasping policy in the simulator. But again, we couldn't achieve sim to real, and also there is no much functionality behind those grasps, mainly power grasping. The the reinforcement learning, the exploration doesn't find those very meaningful or functional human-like grasp poses. And so in this year, we try to, tackle a more challenging task, in-hand reorientation. And via reinforcement learning, people already got many exciting works in in-hand reorientation, but most of them focus on, simple objects. If you go to high aspect ratios, for example, whether you can rotate a book, I should have some. Imagine this is a large book, whether you can do this, and whether you can handle very small size objects, and they are very challenging. Also, can you use one policy to, conquer all kinds of object shapes and across diverse wrist pose? Rotate this way, rotate this way, rotate this way, rotate this way, and also across many rotation axes. This still remains very challenging. And this is an ongoing work. I collaborate with Professor Li Yi and the PhD student Xueyi Liu from Tsinghua University. And right now, we find a recipe to close the symptoral gap that enable in-hand reorientation of challenging objects. You can see the hand is like rotating this huge book and also facing down. This was recognized as a very challenging setting and very slender objects with high aspect ratios. And also small objects, complex shapes. And also with any wrist orientations, palm facing any directions. And also diverse rotation axis. Either X, Y, Z, like various rotation axes. And all of this are achieved by single policy. And this policy doesn't leverage tactile information. It's a purely joint-based proprioceptive information as input. And actually, the major challenge behind achieving this is symptorial gap. You can actually leverage the same idea of Unidex grasp plus, where you learn specialists for each individual cases, and you have many specialists through policy distillation. You can form a generalist policy in the scene. And in the scene, actually, you don't have so much problem doing so. The problem is when you deploy this policy learned in the simulator into real, you find it doesn't work. This is the nature of contact-rich manipulation. The contact gap is huge. And then how we mitigate this symptorial gap? People propose a lot of adaptation modules. Originally, the RMA used in quadrupedal robots, and later, there are a lot of following up works to adaptation modules. Basically, take the history, observation, state, action pairs as input. And this adaptation module serves as like a future predictor or dynamic model. Through this dynamic learning, it will understand the properties, the physical properties of the object, and also the surrounding environment. However, for Dexterous hand, building such adaptation module is actually quite challenging. The reason of this is because, Dexterous hand has a very high degree of freedom, and also even for this in-hand reorientation tasks, it is quite like it cover diverse objects, diverse palm direction and rotation axis. If you want to use a single dynamic model to learn the dynamics behind it and serve as the adaptation, we find it's really challenging. So given the time, I would just tell you the key idea we find that this works. Basically, we will train a policy in the simulator, and then we will use this policy in the real to collect some data. And for in-hand reorientation, when this same policy fails, the object just fall out of the hand, and you need to have someone to reset the system. This actually costs a lot of time. That's why it will be very hard to scale up the real world collected data to learn this neural dynamics model. And we come up with one idea. Can we just put the hand into a pile of balls and let the hand rotate those balls and using the policy? In this case, it's actually the hand gets some payload. It's not empty hand. But at the same time, you don't worry about the object fall. And there actually randomly some object get into the hand and sometimes it get out of the hand. So it can continuously collect a lot of data. But again, you may challenge me. This will be very different from rotating one object in the air. Why the data you learn through this distribution can generalize to, in-hand reorientation of single object. The key idea here is we find you can actually use joint-wise neural dynamics model. Previously, when you build a dynamic model, you would use whole hand state plus whole hand action as input, the history of whole hand state and whole hand actions as input, and output next whole hand state. We find that this approach actually is very data hungry and easily overfitting in the tasks. And very counterintuitively, you can use single joint, build dynamic model for neural dynamic model for each individual joint separately. Basically, looking at the history of one individual joint, it can predict the next state. And this joint-wise neural dynamics model show very high data efficiency and also very good generalization across different tasks. So that's why we are able to use this way to collect data. At the end, train a very good neural dynamics model, joint-wise neural dynamic model that can predict the next state. Then we use this joint-wise neural dynamic model, use its gradient, propagate the gradient to update the policy. Make sure we can improve the policy to achieve better reorientation performance. I will skip that part, and it's just learn a residual policy so that it can via supervised learning and this dynamic model serve as a gradient to improve the train the residual policy and add up to the action from the original policy, and you get the final policy. And this basically show you we can reorientate arbitrary objects and along many rotation axes. And also, this allows us to do teleoperation. This is actually very interesting application of this system. You just teleoperate the hand to grasping. This is okay. You can just map the joint angle to grasping, and then use our reorientation module to rotate these objects, and then switch back to joint angle mapping and get it down to the thing, and then use the reorientation module to screw using the screwdriver. Similarly, do this nav cutting. Teleoperation, now reorientation, now teleoperation. So this will be able to give you a lot of real data. Again, grasping, this is reorientation, teleoperation. Teleoperation, reorientation. This is, wait. This is reorientation. Yeah. So, but we are combining teleoperation and this in-hand reorientation. It serves a very good Dexterous hand teleoperation devices. So in this talk, to summarize, I talk about supervised learning and reinforcement learning via our synthetic data generation pipeline. We can actually get a lot of functional grasps. Those functional grasps are the good starting point of manipulation. And through sim to real, actually, we achieve a very generalizable and successful in-hand reorientation. And I think the next step is to combine the offline synthesized data and those trajectory in the simulator, combine the supervised learning and reinforcement learning to achieve more diverse manipulation and also long horizon Dexterous tasks, probably in a VLA manner. Okay, this is my talk. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the talk. Very good talk. If there's any questions, I think those mics back there should work. Maybe we have a chance time for a couple questions.
There's a call.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting. I have a question. A couple of times you mentioned the idea of end-to-end learning. And at some point, even you say that as a blocker or a problem to use some motion planning at the end. My question is, what is the final end point of the end-to-end? Are you referring to joint trajectories? And if that, why not the end to be torques or current from the motors? So there is no end at the end.
Yeah, I think there can be many possible second end. And so what I mean in this work is actually the delta joint theta. This serves as the PD target of each individual joint. This is the I think this is the most common way that people control Dexterous hand in an end-to-end manner. And definitely in robotic arms, when there are a lot of good force sensors and you are able to output the torque, and then this torque can also command this arm to move. But I don't think this is the case for Dexterous hand. And for trajectory, yeah, you can definitely predict the few steps in the future what delta poses your end effect. Each joint would change, but it's not very common in Dexterous hand to predict fingertip trajectory, those things. Otherwise, you need to solve IK problem, which is also very challenging. So this is why my understanding of the second end. And regarding your motion planning, question, it just you don't have the full collision volume of the environment. So for example, this is the handle of the mug, and you need to pass your finger and to hold it and grasp it. And in a lot of cases, you don't know the exact volume to do motion planning. And even you have the collision volume, you need to, the motion planning can be really tricky. It takes a huge long time and you cannot find the path. So that's why, I say, even if we have DexVLG, which is a vision language to grasp a pose model, a lot of times I cannot execute this motion. and I don't know how to execute the pose. So that's why I prefer end-to-end.
Thank you.
Maybe one more quick question. If you're a spotlight speaker, can you also line up on the side? Oh, can you go to the mic and then maybe we can hear your question. Thanks.
So nice talk. I particularly liked how you combined teleoperation plus learning in sim for training policies.
Yeah, thank you.
So my question is about why do we need end-to-end for everything? For all the low-level skills, end-to-end makes a lot of sense because all the motions are smooth and they should be trained together so as to remove the errors. But a lot of motor control has to be hierarchical in the real world.
Mm.
So if I want to talk about how to go from here to San Francisco, I cannot do this end-to-end with muscle commands. So when you have hierarchy, you're going to have modularity. Once you have modularity, you cannot be end-to-end for the compositional tasks. You can be end-to-end for the components.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Jisundra. I think, in this talk, I mainly talk about the low-level things, except for the Dex VRG. So for generalizable functional grasping and generalizable, in-hand reorientation, I believe they are basic skills of Dexter's hand. That's why this part probably, I think it better to be end-to-end. But build upon this, you can break down a long horizon tasks into several stages, and also even if you want to use a VRA model to do this, it can be a faster system to do visual motor control and a slow system to do long horizon planning. So there definitely, I agree with you. It should, for general cases, you need to break down into hierarchical and modular based system. But it just right now, when I use grasping pose prediction plus motion planning, this modular based system to do grasping, it still suffers from several limitations, and that's why I believe this part should be end-to-end.
Yeah, I agree with you. Anyway, very nice work.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's thanks the speaker. Go ahead, Dexterous.
Hi everyone, I'm Jolo-sung. So I'm introducing our latest work. It's about suction leaf hand. So suction cups on a multi-finger hand enable embodied dexterity and in-hand calibration. So the principle is very easy. You just mounting multiple suction cups on the fingertip, and with the there's two hands. So the following the similar principle of aloha, there is a one main manipulator and one follower. So there's one operator hand and one follower hand. On the operator hand, you have buttons on the fingertip. So mostly the operator dragging the finger as if it's dragging the robot arm to really give the teleoperation of some very dexterous in-hand manipulation. And also we have 5 joints for each finger instead of 4. You will see how it's magically make the in-hand teleoperation very dexterous. So the principle is the 3. The first is mounting suction cups on the fingertips and the palm, and it allows very simple teleoperation, and well, very easy to learn, and the operator can stop at any time if he feels tired. And also, it's very cheaper modification on the current leap hand, but no limit to it. It's just leap hand is very good hardware to DIY. And mostly I just show the teleoperation part videos. There's not really about the policy. Can I just mute it? So we can do the wireless charging because you can grasp simultaneously 2 objects all together. You can do the pegging hole, which is extremely difficult for even for human to do that. And also the reorientation could be much easier because you see the three fingers, they have 2 different reorientation way. The thumb has a very different, the thumb fingertip has different reorientation direction. And when we do not have the activated suction cup, like the thumb, it still can open the Apple AirPods very easily and do the cap sticking. And you put the object in the box, I think it's also very challenging for human hand. Also, the bottom one is catch-up squeezing. And I need to mention they are all teleoperate, not fully autonomous policy. But once you can collect those dexterous manipulation, it could be very easier to do for you to do the imitation learning. And also the paper cutting, one hand holding the paper and the knife all together, you can do the cut in the half very easily. And also the paper folding. Actually, I present like about 14 very dexterous in-hand manipulation tasks that could be performed with this hand. And also the notebook writing, one hand holding the book and writing some keywords on it. Also open the bottle because you have suction cup, and the phone can rotate along the axis. So you just open the cap by rotating the fingertip. It's about the spring pushing. We can perform very diverse ways. I just leave 3 different ways, and this one is very unique because you can, once the spring is attached to your thumb, you can just perform the pushing with only 1 finger. I use another finger without suction cup, and also you can fetch the object from the box. And by the way, you can pause this teleoperation at any time because it's called static. So if you feel tired, if maybe some people have a similar feeling when do the mocap-based teleoperation, the hand has to be hung in the air for a long time. It's very tiring. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Just to mention, we won't have questions now, but if you have questions, we have a poster session after this. You can go to the poster and ask them there. That's not mine. Oh, I opened it with Google Slides. Oh. Yeah. So it's not on the screen. Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah. Oh. You won't be able to see it. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Johan from UC Berkeley, and in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the key contact or hierarchical S3 vision to force equivalent policy for specially generalizable contact-rich tasks. So nowadays is a good time to do the learning. So learning has become a powerful tool to solve the robotics problem, but still the robotics model requires a lot of data to be collected. So why do you need that much of a data? The simple reason is that the neural network works well on the in distribution, but fails at out of distribution. So therefore, you need to provide as much variation possible in the training data set. So for example, if you want to like train a policy that do the hang the cup on the hanger, during the data collection, you need to consider not only this categorical / background variation, but given this fixed variation, you also need to consider the variation and the position and orientation of the target objects, which is cup and hanger. I'm going to call this as a spatial variation, and those two variations all lies in the independent axis. So the required size of the data set grows in a combinatorial manner. And we are interested in this like spatial variation, and we are also interested in dealing with Paganel task, which is a classical representative of context-rich tasks. So unlike the other policies, our policy is only trained on the fixed task configuration and can be directly transferred to the arbitrarily transformed task, as you can see in this video, which is highly translated and highly rotated. So under our framework, we can remove the necessity of having a spatial variation, and that will imply increased sample efficiency, and we're going to do it using SS3 equivariance. So I'm going to introduce our method, equicontact, which is hierarchical policy, and it is also provably SS3 vision to force equivariant. So it is composed of a high-level vision planner, which provides a global reference frame for the low-level policy to rely on, and the low-level compliant visual motor policy, and that utilize the localized observation and outputs of localized action. So it is done from having a real-time imaging and state feedback, as you can see in this block diagram. So if I give you some spoiler alert, the key for the spatial transferability lies in the localized policy. So in the training, you train the localized policy that works perfectly well in this fixed whole platform. And in doing so, you also provide the information of the reference frame to the localized policy. Then in the inference phase, all you need to do is to provide the information of this reference frame to the localized policy, and the localized policy will do the rest of the job. So how do you make the localized policy localized, and what is the meaning of the localized policy? If you want to know more about this, please comment by me in the poster session. Thank you very much.
Which one is you? Latin action diffusion. This one.
Perfect. Hi everyone, I'm Eric. Today I'd like to talk about latent action diffusion for cross-embodiment manipulation. So we can start out with a little video here that shows some of our results. You will see two embodiments here. One is the mimic hand that will stack two blocks and put them in the box. And afterwards, you will see a Franka gripper doing the same thing. These two embodiments are controlled by the same policy. So how does that work? The problem we're investigating here is learning a unified latent action space for different end effectors while maintaining some helpful biases for aligning the action spaces. So by now, we really have a lot of different dexterous end effectors. How can we tackle this problem, especially when they have really complex, diverse action spaces? And the answer to this is what we call a contrastive action model, which serves to unify the action space and provide some bias for aligning the action spaces via retargeting. So first, we take a sufficiently large data set of human hands, and we use retargeting to obtain aligned end effector poses. Then we use contrastive learning to train a set of encoders for each end effector that projects the original pose representation into a latent representation. And finally, we can train some decoders that are also end effector specific to decode from the latent action space. Now, next part is then learning policies. So we can do policy learning in the latent space. So assume we have some cross-embodiment robot data with different end effectors. We can use the trained encoders to encode the end effector poses into their latent representations. And then together with the wrist pose in this case, do pretty much normal single task diffusion policy learning just in latent space. And then at inference time, we can use whichever action decoder is appropriate for the modality or end effector that we're doing inference on. So this allows us to do multi-robot control, as you saw in the first video. So for the results we're seeing that especially for coarse grain manipulation tasks, our methodology consistently improves performance. Yeah, I think if you have any other questions, feel free to check out the poster in the poster session. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so hello everyone, my name is Lin Yuan, and today I would like to present FunGrasp, functional grasping for diverse dexterous hands. So in our daily life, humans naturally consider task-specific function when grasping objects. Therefore, based on this guidance, could we enable various multi-finger hands to perform human-like functional grasping capability? Here, our overview inference pipeline. So given an RGBD image of a human hand grasping scissors, our fun grasp policy enables the different robot hands to grasp scissors by the finger holes to cut materials or by the blades to safely hand them over. So please take a look at the video. So you can see the robot hand try to learn the human hand down. So he can grasp the scissor by the finger hold or by the blade. So achieving such kinds of human-like functional grasping capability brings up several challenges. First, how to transfer human hand grasp poses to various dexterous robot hands. Second, how to train a unified policy to handle various object shapes and generalize to unseen objects. And finally, how to achieve robust sim-to-real transfer due to inaccurate joint dynamic models and unavailable privilege states in the real world. Therefore, our system FunGrasp consists of 3 stages: steady human-to-robot grasp retargeting, dynamic grasp control, and sim-to-real transfer. So we highlight that we utilize a contact transfer loss to encourage robot hand to learn the human hand object contact patterns. And you can see the pictures. So the blue means the human hands. So you can see that capture the human grasp pose may not be always perfect. So we incorporate the physical-based losses to decrease the penetration and recover contact. So during dynamic grasp control, we utilize the implicit object shape feature described by the grasp pose reference and the local contact information to get the object local shape around the contact points. And during the sim-to-real transfer, we use teacher-student framework, and the student policy not only mimic the teacher policy action, but also learn to estimate the unavailable contact information from its own state action history. So this approach helps to reduce the sim-to-real gap. And furthermore, we use system identification to model the motor dynamics. And we can see some videos. So wait a minute. So the top left corner is the human grasp reference, and the expired hand will follow human grasp style to grasp the object. And for the oligo hand, it also can follow the human grasp. And we can see some adaptability. So when I use a hammer to disturb the bottle and disturb the scissor, and the policy will generate some adaptive action. Yes, so this is our policy brings. And also when I have some external force, and it will keep the functional grasping pose. So here are the more successful example. And if you have any question, please feel free to the poster section to find me. And thank you.
All right. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Elvis, and I'm presenting today Mimic 1, a scalable model recipe for general purpose robot dexterity, worked in collaboration between Mimic and ETH Zurich. So overall, if I have to summarize this work, essentially this is a comprehensive system and like a training recipe for dexterous manipulation. We go through like basically all the components of the system, like intuitive teleoperation for dexterous robotic hands with a novel robotic hand, a data collection protocol for variation and like basically task specification and model training recipe. Also, we perform benchmarks on a variety of like tasks and also explicitly demonstrate self-correction capabilities. We introduce a novel Mimic Dexterous hand, which has a 20 DOF, 16 DOF controllable hand, tendon-driven, with 2 RGB cameras, and essentially also like a very high payload and dexterity. We also perform teleoperation directly from like human hand detection with this like energy-based key vector minimization method. In terms of data collection protocol, we introduce essentially like this like teleoperation system with Apple Vision Pro based device for like hand detection, and for collecting data for a new task, we force variation across object positions, starting poses, backgrounds, and distractors. We perform data labeling and filtering, and after training and evaluating, we identify common policy failures and record targeted self-correction trajectories. In terms of the overall model recipe, this is a diffusion-based model, specifically unit diffusion policy, and our trained end-to-end policy uses like diffusion model to generate smooth high-frequency action chunks directly from raw images and robot states. And specifically, we use like action representations in terms of relative Cartesian poses for end effector wrist and absolute joint angles for the fingers. As for policy results, we benchmark bread, pick and place, bottle sorting and packing, precise battery insertion, and all of these tasks are quite robust to setting changes, disturbances, and also they demonstrate self-correction capabilities in terms of like overall like basically errors during like policy unrolls. For example, you see in the top left here, like this bottle sorting, like the robot basically continuously retries until the bottle is like correctly inserted into the crate. It's going to try one time. All right. Then in terms of like results, we have laid our recipe against like the different choices for action representation, task configs in data collection, data filtering, self-correction trajectories, and we see that the combination of all of these actually allows us to achieve very high success rates on some tasks. And we also observe clear scaling behaviors in terms of like quantity and diversity of data, allowing us to have high success rates. So yeah, this was Mimic 1. Thanks a lot. For any questions, please look at the posters downstairs. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ying He from Peking University. Today I will present our recent work, Dexterous, a method for compliant and robust dexterous grasping that leverage quadratic programming and tactile feedback. Compared to parallel grips, fully actuate multi-finger has offer far greater potential for versatility and robust grasping, but only if we address the three key challenges. First, we should prevent tangential slip, a fundamental issue shared with parallel grippers. Second, avoid rotation slip when the grasp is off center, something parallel grips cannot handle. And third, distributing force so that each finger applies just enough to balance the object's weight, a challenge unique to multi-finger hands. We observe that when an object rotates, only contact points on the rotation axis remain fixed. This means that preventing tangential slip is sufficient to also prevent rotation slip. With this insight, we reduce the problem of the rotation slip to tangential slip. Next, since the slip first appears in tangential force, we monitor the tangential to normal force ratio. This lets us detect a slip early and adjust force to maintain a stable grasp. Finally, we use a quadratic programming or QP formulation to compute the optimal contact force for each fingertip. On the left, you see one grasping trail. On the right, we compare the QP-derived target force with the tactile measurement. The system starts with low force, adapts through feedback, and converts to a stable grasp. Here are three more examples. On the left, our master handle an elegant object. In the middle, it's adapted to a deformable one, and on the right, it works with a rigid object. These results highlight the versatility of our method. We further test the robustness of system with mass adaptation as rest poured into a paper cup, the controller sensing the increasing weight and adjusts force to maintain a stable grasp without crushing the cup. We also test the rapid shaking with the tissue pack. Despite stronger inertial force, our method maintains a stable grasp and a robust gravity estimation. To conclude, our work makes two key contributions. First, we introduce a QP formulation that prevents both translation and rotation slip without explicit modeling torque. Second, we develop a tactile-based system that integrates grasp prediction with adaptive force control, achieving compliant and robust performance. Together, these advances enable stable and versatility multi-finger grasping in real-world setting. Thank you, everyone.
Is there an author of VITAC former here also? We're also looking for an author to present that. But go ahead, come on.
So hi everyone, I'm Hua. Today I'm presenting our work, Hermes. So we are trying to convert human data through simulation and some retargeting to mobile dexterous manipulation. And so there is abundance of human motion data. We have teleoperation, we have motion capture, we have video data, so much data we can have, but can we transfer them to real robots? This is a question because there is embodiment gap, trajectory is not physically grounded, and it's sometimes hard to extract motion from raw video. Then let's see, if we just do simple retargeting, we will see the middle. This dynamics, it will just fail. But after some reinforcement learning training, it can successfully retarget the motion. So we leverage RL and simulation to transfer to a real robot. But our RL is different. We are not using pure RL because it's hard to design the reward. It's so complicated. So we advocate the trajectory-based RL paradigm. In this paradigm, it's scalable. You just need to track the trajectory and use some reward between object distance as the reward function so that the robot can learn by itself. And with this paradigm, we can leverage all kinds of data, no matter it's teleop, mocap, or raw video. But you might say, hey, can I extract some information from raw video? yes, we leverage the progress of computer vision. We use foundation pose, we use Viller to extract the trajectory information from raw video. And for reward design, we have object tracking reward, we have contact reward, penalty terms, and specifically we have object-centric distance chains. That is the distance between the dexterous hand and the object, especially from the fingertip to the object. And then we do sim-to-real distillation. This is kind of standard dagger distillation with a teacher-student framework. I think the demo video talk for itself. So this is our real-world demo. Everything is used with our Hermes framework, and we see that it can transfer to real world. It can, pick up things. It can do daily work. Yeah, but those are static. The robot is just standing there. So we also include a navigation model with the open source Vint model. And with that, it's not enough. So we also use a closed loop PMP localization, trying to align the robot with the object more, so that the lower the manipulation challenge. And with that, we can do navigation plus manipulation. That is mobile manipulation, mobile DAX manipulation. And we can see in the Family Mart, the robot can navigate to the location and PMP adjustments, and then do dexterous manipulation, grasping things, and do the action. So due to the limitation of time, I think there are a lot of more video demos you can look for. So visit our website, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you everyone for the great spotlight talks. So that concludes our first session. We'll have the break. There'll be posters outside of this room. Yeah, thank you. Poster is actually on the third floor. Third floor. Posters are on the third floor, apparently, not this floor. How's it going? Good. Do you want to test your thing out? Yeah. Zoom. Yeah. Share screen. Yeah. Like it. Okay. That's right. I don't want to like this. No, I have. Yeah, already done it. The original one. Slides on that side. And then it's actually pretty good. That's thousand tools. Now let's check this in. 11. Yeah, it should be a counter. Oh, no. I did. It's like a random. Oh. Oh, what? I thought it disappeared. I'm trying this kind of thing. Let me just email you. Well, that's can you email it to my personal email? That's Lucas.t. M-A-N. So like 80 issues of like my stuff. So I think I got it. No, it's not long, so I'm gonna be using mine. Oh, sure. Oh, no. It's just let's go so, what's the share and share desktop 2? Oh, it should be desktop 1. It should be this, right? 1, yeah, 1. Apparently it's 1 for you too. Yeah. Can I just share this one? So that might be the presenter view. I think this one. I think this one is that screen. Yeah. That one or that one. How I go here. It's being live streamed also. Yeah. So oh, let me just check the thing that I can see it right screen. I can. You can? Yeah, I can. Okay, so you're all set. And this is sound. Maybe is or no sound? No. So if you want sound, you can plug this in and then I'll plug it. I don't. Okay. Well, hopefully Pat shows up. I'm using his laptop. This is just like that. And we have power here presumably. Oh, I'm just using it. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, it should be all good. I'll use it for like 10 minutes and I'll keep it here. Those AV issues. So it's like read right on the PDF. I did power. So I know. Just get higher. Yeah, I don't want to like put myself in receiving. Yeah, I do the same thing and you just transfer over to you. It actually exports fine. It's just you have to do the videos. All right. Great. All right. All right. Looks like it. Yeah, I hope so. Illumination. Yeah. Where you are the data structure. Trying to go to the options in here. Try to go to the like the Google school. Yeah, like one of them. Try to go to the like the 1x modeling one, and that one was 4 seconds. And what was the data one? You know, like the yeah, the activation. Yeah. I do want to go to some of that one. I'm finding it like hard to like correlate some of the workshops with. Yeah. No, I was just checking. I thought you were at 11 for a second. Yeah. I just wanted to like make sure I can like do the I just wanted to make sure it like worked. The Wi-Fi has been fine.
I am using local PowerPoint.
Then you're probably.
Oh, shocking. I think my talk is actually kind of short, so we can make up, or we can let the demos go a little longer.
That's good.
Is it supposed to go there or no?
Can you we're just gonna track TV.
Can go in. Yes. It's just this one, yeah. Had to relearn how to use a Windows laptop.
Like.
Wow, you have like, this is a huge stage. God, I don't like that.
Do you want to click it?
I have plus,
We'll walk around
uh,
the whole stage. The whole stage.
sure. I was trying to back out. Did you understand that in my email?
I know.
You didn't let me.
Oh, you back out.
So now you have to suffer whatever happens here. It's just like, I feel like the work here is not actually dexterous manipulation, but it's okay. It's a push up.
True.
One thing.
What is dexterous manipulation? I think the definition is pretty good.
Stuff.
Also, we're like, okay, do we only accept papers that are like hands? Is that dexterous manipulation? Or like Ripper is doing cool things? Is that also dexterous? Like putting suction cups on a robot? Is that dexterous?
I think it just depends, especially if I just see any task that I haven't seen before, I'm immediately like, cool. Like first time, that's like a, yeah, you cross the challenge so you're in.
You know you're a robotics person when that's like.
Because you know that it's not supposed to work.
No, that like you like tasks, not the benchmark.
It's forever to run. Are you guys recording or zooming anything
Yes.
today? Yeah.
Do you care? Because we can blank out the record.
To record or at least not upload the recording.
You can blank.
Because since I don't work there anymore, I can't get like specific legal permissions.
Okay. I'll just blank it. I can also not zoom.
Do you have a participant?
I only have like 2 or 3. Oh wait, is your Zoom on this? Can you screen?
Teams.
Ooh, shit.
We can,
That's a good one. I mean, we can also just skip to Zoom.
I can do like a browser link. Did you email it to me?
Yeah, I did. I put it on the calendar. I think.
Send it to me.
I mean, if you're worried about it, we can also. I don't think there's only like 3 people on the same week. History. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. What about like? We all see it.
Well, let me give it since we have time.
Unmute.
Yeah, that looks
There we go. Let's check again. Okay. Looks good.
Is it 5 past right now? Can I use this as like a time?
Yeah, that is. It's off on the
That's
hours, but it's your brightness. You can see, I guess. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, you had a good poster session out there. I'm pleased to introduce Tess Hellebreckers. She's currently a senior researcher at Microsoft Researcher and was previously at Meta AI. She received her PhD in 2020 at Carnegie Mellon University with Carmel Majidi. She's worked a lot on touch and tactile sensing and been a big fan of her work. It's great to have you.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here on the first day of workshops for CoRL 2025. Today, I want to talk to you about robot learning from human video with tactile. And feel free to just, ask questions, raise your hand. It's all good. I'm happy to answer questions as we go. Like Kenny said, my name is Tess, and today I will be presenting work led by Jessica Yin and Youngsun Yi, which importantly was completed during my time at Meta AI Research. So this is not affiliated with Microsoft Research today. maybe sometime in the future soon. So, and also because it's a workshop talk, I do want to highlight some very early insights that we've had for two key things. One is going to be how to add tactile information into our human video, and the second is how to harness that tactile information for robot policies. So hopefully you enjoy some of these preliminary results, and I'm happy to discuss additional experiments and just kind of go back and forth with you guys. So for me, the story kind of always begins from a biological perspective. And in my mind, even at a cellular level, almost all of these organisms have some sort of touch sensing that helps them interact with the world. So, and then as you get more complicated in the biology realm, you start to see also intelligence kind of coupled with additional auditory systems and vision systems. So from the very simplest single cell organism to humans today, we have an ability to kind of combine all these multimodal senses. And to me, that's already like a very clear sign that this is important. But we can clearly see the value as well when we start to look at what happens when you remove that tactile feedback from the humans. So in the video in the bottom right, I have an experiment where a woman has had her fingers like numbed. So she has no more sensation in her fingers. And she's just told to do this very simple task: pick up the metal pins and put it into the plate. And so just a few hours before, when she had her full sensation, she was able to complete this task under a minute. But right now, since she doesn't have any of that haptic feedback, she struggles quite a lot. And I also feel like she's starting to do a little bit odd approaches to the task, kind of adapting and making a little different like postures to support her hand. So to me, this all means that it's very clear that this is an important signal, even if we don't understand exactly how to leverage it just yet. So through this combination of all of our senses, we can kind of look to humans as really great experts for manipulation. And I would argue that humans are probably the leading experts on very subtle and nuanced and dexterous manipulation. And it's because of this that I'm very motivated to learn more about how humans kind of strategize and approach hand-object interactions in their everyday life. So that's kind of my first scientific interest. And then second, it'd be really lovely if we could bootstrap this for robot learning and see if we can transfer any of those priors and low-level information to our robot systems. So if we want to learn from humans, it would also make sense to kind of turn to these large-scale human video data sets like ARIA and Eagle4D. And there are some real benefits here. Namely, they have shown that you can collect large-scale data in the wild. You have hugely diverse scenes. You have hugely diverse users in those scenes. And some large-scale takeaways have mostly been focused on high-level affordances. So there's kind of trends in how people generally approach cups, how people generally approach devices in their everyday lives. However, given the nature of hand-object interactions, we often see that the data sets suffer quite heavily from occlusion. And so when you have like your hand and object meshes, one common way to estimate contact is to use geometric collisions to kind of estimate maybe how much force these two things would take. So in real life, we know that their hand is not going through the plate, but this is what might be represented in the data set. However, those geometric methods to estimate contact force are fairly, quite unrealistic, and this will usually lead to very large sim-to-real gaps in the end. So I don't know if just human video data sets are the approach I want to look at, specifically because they tend to be full of these visual occlusions and the force estimates are not really bounded in reality. And lastly, I do believe that there is just something that video alone cannot capture that we just do naturally without even thinking about it. So in my mind, it's similar to like learning how to cook or play guitar or, throw a baseball. And even it's like doing those tasks, but only being allowed to watch a video and then having to go out into the field and play. Like we gain a lot of experience from practicing those and kind of getting the full sensation of those. Okay, so great. I think humans are great experts that we can look to for manipulation. We know human video data is plentiful, but maybe not capturing the whole picture. Sorry, that was a bad pun. I didn't mean to do that. But we also know that it doesn't have that low-level tactile information. I'm also happy to be reading out in the community that there's a growing body of work showing that adding this low-level tactile information is in fact useful for robot policies. Some key trends that I have seen, especially for human plus tactile, is that collecting tactile data with humans in the loop, kinesthetic or otherwise, is usually much faster to collect than robot teleop data. And the humans are implicitly in their expert demonstrations encoding information that we would not be able to have from robot data alone. However, they also introduced two key challenges I think a lot of these papers have to overcome, and that's going to be the visual gap from human to robot and also the embodiment gap that we're all familiar with. Because even though humans have a lot of success with certain motion patterns, doesn't mean that our robot can repeat those and have the same amount of success. One question that I want to pose to you guys and maybe discuss throughout the week is, how do we decide between simpler hardware or richer data? So if we're thinking about the simplest way to collect manipulation data, we might consider a plain human hand video data set, no hardware, super easy, maybe just one glasses. And we have data sets for that. On the other extreme, you have the full robot system in the wild, and you're trying really hard to diversify your scenes and your objects. For me right now, I am really interested in just exploring the gray area in between all of these options, which I think just don't have very clear benefits on the added value versus added cost. But I do think that if we add some complexity and get into this gray area, we can at least start exploring the benefits and cons of these methods. And unfortunately, we do have another design principle to consider, which is that typically the easier you go, you also are introducing a larger embodiment gap. So these are all sort of things that we need to think about when we're trying to learn from humans. So with all those conflicting details in mind, I think it's important just to prioritize which features are most important to you and the problem that you're exploring. So for me, the most important feature is going to be maintaining natural human motion for the demonstrations. I'm most curious from a scientific standpoint, how do humans do what they do? Second is that I want to make sure that we have shear and normal force sensing, because we have shown that in human skin, shear sensing is very critical for a lot of the more subtle manipulations. And again, we don't have skin just on our fingertips as well. So we're going to be looking at full palm work coverage. The last two design principles are more pragmatic. I think in making sure that the tactile hardware is compatible with hand trackers off the shelf is just a convenience for estimating hand pose. And then finally, since our end goal is to actually transfer this info to the robot, it's going to be nice to make sure that we have that available for the system. So we would like to add our contribution to this space, which we are calling the Osmo Glove, which is an open source tactile glove to study how robots can learn from human tactile video. It has 12 different sensing patches kind of along the side of your hand. And underneath each patch, you're going to have a corresponding sensor board that can detect these 3-axis forces and as well as some IMUs. We do have two variants. This one is beige and also one with the Manus glove if you're looking for non-vision based hand tracking. But for today, I will be focusing mostly on the beige variant. Okay. So the first question we had, now that we have a way to collect human and tactile video, is can we learn robot policies directly from this data? So like most H2R projects, it begins with hand pose estimation from our visual data. So we did try several different hand tracking methods here from Quest, Aria, and Hammer. And they all work pretty well because Jessica did a really good job closing that visual gap. But for this paper, we did decide to go with the RealSense and Hammer because we feel like that hardware is really available to the robotics community. And it's also something where you can kind of see that you have access to the whole pipeline. And a quick example of what the data might look like, she's currently using the glove to grind some pepper into this bowl. And then on the right side, you have X, Y, and Z signals from the magnetometers. And so this is one chip where each of the 12 have actually 3 of these, 2 magnetometers and IMU, and then times 12. So this is actually like a lot more information than some of the existing gloves out there. Okay. Formally, just to look at the exact comparison of like what the human data set looks like and what I'll call like the synthetic robot data set looks like, we have aligned frames of the tactile glove data along with the RealSense RGB and IR images. So that kind of looks like in sync 3 images with the glove data. Most of the work to convert this into synthetic robot data is going to be focused on the kinematics to cross that huge embodiment gap that we ended up with because we chose to kind of stay on the human side of things. So specifically, we'll use segment anything to grab a crop of the glove. We'll use hammer to extract a mesh and key points. We refine hammer using foundation pose. Yeah. And then we will replay this in Mujoko to check for any self-collisions on the robot and in the floor. And that might sound like a lot of work, but it's actually fairly passive and something you can do with post-processing. And what's nice is that you end up with a very like realistic robot trajectory from human data alone. So just to emphasize one more time, because of the way we kind of set this problem up, we're able to copy the RGB image directly from human. So there's no like visual editing there on the image. And then same thing with the glove. Glove copies straight over because we're using the same one on the human and the robot. Yeah, most of the work is going to be in the middle section for estimating our joint states. Okay. So looking at the preliminary results, I will actually just kind of step through this because I think it's easier to see. We're going to be comparing first vision only with vision plus glove. And the number one failure case that we see for vision only is that it just doesn't understand that the glove is part of this task. So we're trying to say, wipe the board with the glove, or sorry, wipe the board with the sponge. But many times the vision only policies will just like hallucinate and do like a generic wiping motion without really understanding that the glove is the core piece. The sponge is the core piece here. The second most common failure mode is that it will happen to hold on to the sponge and go through its like wiping motions from the training data set, but it might not actually apply enough pressure to erase the marker in one go. So it kind of has to go back over it several times. In contrast, when we start to add the tactile data, we see that across the board, it is much more likely to keep hold of the sponge throughout the trajectory. So I feel like it's kind of understanding that the demonstrators are trying to tell you that this is the object of interest throughout the trajectory. And then the second thing that I like as well is we can see that the tactile policy is applying more pressure throughout the trajectory so that it can actually erase the marker in one go. So we need to do more analysis, but I did want to share with you guys just the short rollout so we have right now. So when we do no touch inputs and vision only baseline, we see like about 1.5 out of 5 for these rollouts for specifically wiping the board with the sponge. And then when we add touch as an input, we see like a much stronger increase for mimicking these motions. A third thing that we have considered adding from some recent work from Fuse and TorqueVLA is that we are exploring also adding touch as a prediction output for this. So we haven't quite figured out, I think, how to best balance tactile and action losses for this, but I think there's enough supporting evidence out there that we are going to keep exploring this as well. Okay, so I like that first project a lot because it only relies on human data and it would allow you to kind of bootstrap any task that you can do with the glove, which is really nice. But if we relax one of our key assumptions, we can ask ourselves, like, what can we do if we have access to a small robot data set? So given access to a small glove data set and a small robot data set, can we actually learn a mapping between the two? And can that help the robot policy also learn quicker? Oh, and then this project is led by Young-Sun Yi. Okay, so formally, we're looking for one shared latent space between glove and robot where they're doing similar tasks with like a similar class of tactile sensor, but not necessarily the exact same one. For our specific case study today, I want to look at a pivoting task on this box of Cheez-Its. So we have two data sets for pivoting the glove and the robot. So the key assumption here is that we don't necessarily need to have perfectly aligned or paired data set between the human and robot, but they should have the same object and they should be the same task. So that's kind of the starting point that we're going from. The first thing that we can do is train a self-supervised latent representation for both of these separate. So they've actually never seen the other data set yet at this point. But what we want to do is define a metric that will allow us to kind of pair correspondences across these two. So we call this like a pseudo pair because it's not exactly like temporally aligned, but they do have similarities that we're going to define. And we decided to define this as the trajectories between the two data sets that are closest in object movement and also fingertip position movement. So if you were to cut up the trajectories into small little chunks, we're looking to find trajectory chunks across glove and data that have the most similar movement across them. Yeah. So looking at data collection for this experiment, we're going to collect 50 robot demonstrations on the Cheez-It box, and that takes about 90 minutes. And then we're also going to collect 100 glove Cheez-It. I'm being very specific with the objects, and you'll see why for a second. It takes about 25 minutes. And then we have 3 out of distribution, completely unseen objects, the tissue box, this like Z-shaped box, and the RealSense box. But for those, we only have 20 trajectories. So that's about 20% of the original Cheez-It data that we use to train the latent mapping. I think the results for the first row are kind of what many people in this room would already expect, specifically when you train the robot on one object and deploy it, it does pretty well. But what I also like to see is the second column when we start to add the human glove data. It actually helps the policy a little bit, which is already a win because we know that introducing the latent shared portion is not hurting the policy from robot alone. But the most exciting result is that when we start to deploy on the unseen objects, our policy like immediately fails because it's never seen objects of this kind of shape and doesn't understand how to pivot them. But by injecting very small amounts of human-only data, training in the latent space actually allows the policy to quickly add those objects into their kind of like training distribution. Oh, yeah. Okay, and that's kind of what the policies look like when you roll out on the robot for completely unseen objects. Okay, so that was just a really quick highlight into some of the recent work we've done in the last few months. For future work, I definitely will be working on more extensive experiments and more rollouts, and I hope you guys keep an eye out for that. And then specifically, I think the biggest pain point I want to share for these projects is definitely the embodiment gap, which we knew when we set up the problem space. But we are interested in kind of looking at how to mitigate that through probably either simulation in the loop or some RL to see if you can start from like a very good prior from the human and then make those small adjustments for the robot. And because this is a dexterous manipulation workshop, I just also wanted to acknowledge that I don't think these tasks are super dexterous yet because we're focusing on really leveraging that tactile information. But I love the concept of kind of transferring dexterity from humans, and we're just kind of following along with the amazing computer vision people who have been improving hand tracking like every 6 months pretty consistently. So keeping our eye on that, because I feel like our bottleneck right now is noisy hand estimates and like figuring out how to get that onto the robot. Okay, so thank you for your time. As always, this happens with a team. It's not a solo effort. So thank you so much to everyone who's been working on this project over the last year.
Great, thank you. I guess time for questions. If you have a question, can you go up to the 4 mics in the hallway and ask the question there? Check Zoom if there's any questions.
That's easy for me.
All right, thank you, Tess. How about next week?
in the head. And this inset at the bottom right here is kind of showing what Kevin's seeing. So even though Kevin and the robot are in the same frame here, he's looking through the robot's cameras. So we're taking those cameras and giving the operator a stereoscopic view, which gives them a sense of 3D. These kind of green floating hands here are his commands. So he's what he's asking the robot to do. And you can see that he can both move the end effectors and also ask the robot to take steps. And ultimately, we're converting these commands into something that can be sent to the robot's low-level controller. And every video you're going to see in this talk is at 1x speed, and you can see that Kevin's able to teleop pretty fluidly and naturally. So just a few more fun videos. In the top left, there's going to be, or in the top right, there's going to be a bike tire that gets rolled, and Kevin can touch that. And then in the bottom, you see Kevin showing off sort of the locomotion and one-legged balance capabilities of the robot. So you'll see Kevin doing a pistol squat, and the robot will be able to follow him doing that. So what were the requirements we set ourselves for this teleop system? So we want to be able to directly control the whole body to perform mobile manipulation tasks, going all the way from the fingertips to the feet. And we also want to do this in a way that we produce data that can later be used for behavior. Right? And there's a bunch of challenges that come with this. So first is that we feel that line of sight teleop is not really practical for the humanoid form factor. So if you think back to that video I showed at the beginning of the talk of us taking objects out of that bin, if you're standing sort of doing line of sight teleop, you can't actually see into the bin. Similarly, oftentimes the robot's body is just between you and what you're trying to manipulate. So we found that line of sight teleop is not really practical. So this means that you have to get situational awareness through the robot's cameras, and this is a challenge. It comes with one added benefit, however, which is that it sort of ensures that you don't use information at teleop time that isn't available to the policy. So that's like one side benefit. You also lose a lot of non-visual cues that you rely on when you're manipulating objects such as touch and sound. And then a final sort of slightly more subtle point that I'll touch on a bit more in the subsequent slides is that it's difficult to predict what a human operator will do. So the controller is operating in a very reactive mode. All right, so just a little bit of overview of the teleop system. So as I said before, we're taking those stereo cameras on the head and we're reprojecting them into the VR headset to give the operator depth cues. So, when you wear our teleop system, you'll really feel like you're in a 3D movie and you can very naturally perceive depth. We're also giving the user AR overlays of their devices. So this gives you an instant prediction of what you're asking the robot to do. So that's basically these green floating grippers here. This is what you're asking the robot to do. And we found that this is really important for enabling smooth and fast teleop because you don't have to move somewhere, visually confirm the robot reached there, and then keep going. You kind of have an idea of what the robot's going to do. We also chose to have a one-to-one control mode, which makes it really intuitive to drive. So as you see here on the bottom right, when Kevin moves his hand a certain amount, like let's say he moves his hand 10 centimeters, the robot's going to move their hand exactly 10 centimeters. So it's really a one-to-one control mode, and this makes it really intuitive. At a slightly more detailed level, what's happening is there's a teleop client that's running on an off-board machine. This is sending data over the network to our onboard model predictive controller that runs at 100 hertz. And this model predictive controller is in charge of maintaining balance and also satisfying the objectives that you're trying to achieve with the teleop system. So basically what's going on is that, on the right, we have the robots running the teleop server and NPC and sending robot state and sensor data over to the user who's wearing VR tracking devices as well as a VR headset. We're gathering the information from those devices. So that could be, SE3 pose of the headset, the wands, any additional trackers, as well as a state from something like a man's glove. And then we're packaging that up into something that gets sent over to the robot for the robot to track. So very concretely, what's here is joint positions for the left and right grippers. So those are 7-dimensional each. The neck and then SE3 poses for the left and right hands, as well as the body, so that's the torso, and also the left and the right feet. And we really designed this client request to be something that's possible for a downstream policy to learn from. All right, so sort of, taking a trip down memory lane, what you're seeing here on the left is our MPC model predictive controller controlling the, HD Atlas robot to do parkour. Okay, so this is like and we're using the same controller for our teleop. So this is what the controller and the robot hardware are capable of. And more recently, in collaboration with RAI, we've been doing work on reinforcement learning controllers for the R1 pinline. So this is a controller showing a very natural looking running motion. So, if you compare this really natural looking running motion to the teleop I showed earlier, you might see a difference in the fluidity and smoothness of the motion. So why is this? Well, MPC really excels when it knows what it wants to do in the future. So when it's doing parkour, it knows it's going to jump on that next box. Similarly, these RL tracking policies like Deep Mimic, they also implicitly know about the future desired trajectory. And our current sort of teleop and MPC system, it's reactive by nature. So it doesn't know what's coming in the future. And this is really what leads to the challenge. So the example I always like to give is if I ask you to stand across from me and just copy what I'm doing, you might be able to track my hand movements pretty quickly. But if I pick up my foot, you notice that there's a delay before you can pick up your foot and mimic what I'm doing. And this is because I've already shifted my weight before I pick up my foot. And you're not able to just instantly pick up your foot without also shifting your weight. So this is really where the challenge comes from. And we're actively working on improving this, leveraging sort of RL controllers and predictive data-driven models. Okay, so I talked a lot about our teleop system, and that's really sort of the first part of the pipeline of generating data that then we can learn autonomous behaviors from. So how do we do that? So the first step is the data pipeline, and its job is to convert robot logs from a teleop session into a form that's suitable for efficient ML training. It's really important to have good data set management, so manage everything using a database and cloud storage, and this is really important for doing things like ex post language annotation, data QA, et cetera, and also managing data sets that are constantly growing and evolving. So the end result after you do all that is what you're seeing here on the right, which is a data set of training samples, which are observation action pairs, and they're at 30 hertz. 30 hertz is because that's the control rate we use, and it's also the frame rate of our cameras. And so what an observation action tuple really consists of is images from the left and right head cameras, as well as all the proprioceptive information about the robot, like its phone states, face pose, etc. And also the actions taken by the person who's teleoping. So if you see these green frames that are flying around in this visualization, that's really what the person did when they were teleoping. And basically what we're asking our learning algorithm to do is predict those green frames given images and the proprioceptive information. Okay, so at a high level, we're doing behavior cloning. So really this is just doing supervised learning from observations to actions. And as is pretty standard these days, we're using an action chunk. So you don't just predict the next action, you predict a horizon of actions represented by this cat T. And for us, that's around 1.5 seconds. So our neural network architecture is similar to the one from TRI's LVM 1.0 paper. So it uses a CLIP VIT model as the image encoder. It also uses a CLIP model as the language encoder. We combine that with proprioception, and that serves as a conditioning vector for our diffusion transformer. The diffusion transformer is going to take a set of noisy actions and iteratively denoise them to get the actual final actions we're going to execute on the robot. And this is trained with a flow matching loss and has around 450 million parameters. All right, so now I want to talk a little bit about sort of the details of how the learning happens. So these are sort of the observations and actions that actually go into our model. So if you look here at the action, you'll see that this looks a lot like the client request from the teleop system that I showed you earlier in the talk. And actually, they're exactly identical. And then the observation is very similar to that, but also includes the left and right images. So there's a few sort of special details because we have a mobile walking robot. So first is like, what frame should things be expressed in? So our robot can move around. So using world frame is going to make our learning problem pretty challenging. So we chose to use a robot relative frame, which we call stance ground. And you can think of that as a frame that's computed based on the foot positions, and it's sort of a projection of your body frame to the floor plan. We also think that proprioception is important. So we don't have scene cameras like you might see on a lot of sort of tabletop manipulation setups. So practically, this means that the hands and feet are often not really visible in the image. So you need some proprioception to tell you about where your hands and feet are. We also think that occlusions and partial observability are really real and important challenges. And then maybe a slightly more subtle point is that your policy is really learning the closed loop dynamics of your robot and controller system. So if you change the controller, that's really like changing the embodiment. You need to be very careful. And if you look at the sort of low dimensional components here, you'll get see that the action is around 60 dimensional. So it's fairly high dimensional for the network. Okay, so now I want to talk a little bit or show you, everything put together. So on the left here, you're seeing sort of a different subtask of this spot workshop task. So the robot needs to grab this spot leg, hold the leg down, and it's going to take steps over to the shelf and place this leg on the shelf. And then it's going to come back and it's going to grab this like faceplate. And then it's also going to take steps again. And there's actually a black bin there. So it's going to pull that out and place the object in. So just think about how you do line of sight teleop on this kind of setup. And then on the right here, what you're seeing is the robot being reactive to this bin being pulled out. So Pat just pulled it away with the hockey stick. So Pat can pull this away with the hockey stick, and then the robot is going to go grab it, pull it back, and continue doing the task. And this is all the same policy. There's no like explicit detection of recovery and triggering of a recovery behavior or anything like that. Okay, so we can also sort of wrap this all up into a single language conditioned multi-skill policy. So the multitask language condition policy can do all the subtasks that you saw here in this spot workshop task. And no changes were really needed to the learning algorithm. Everything works exactly the same. So what was our data collection strategy for accomplishing this? Well, we used two things. One, we can just collect data on all these different subtasks and just combine them at inference time using language conditioning. And alternatively, you can just take one long episode, but then you're responsible for going in ex post and annotating it with language. So here you see the language prompt just changed to turn to the bin, and now the language prompt is going to change again to empty the part from the bin, and the robot's going to go ahead and start doing that. Okay, so what is it that drives policy performance? So on the left here, I'm going to show you a bit of dirty laundry. So this is from one of our earlier policies, and you'll see that it's trying to grasp this last. This is like a spot leg cover, and it's trying to grasp it from the bottom of the spin, and it's just continuously going to fail and fail. And it's not failing by very much. The grasp is maybe off by 1 centimeter or so. And then if you fast forward a few weeks later, you get this kind of behavior. So it's able to grab the bin, and then it's going to be able to successfully grab all these parts from the bottom of the bin, and you can see that this is going to be looking a lot better. So here it's going to go and grasp that last spot, leg cover and put it on the bin. So what's different between these two policies? So it turns out data is the only difference between these two policies. Everything else is exactly the same. So I think the question is, what do you do if you're failing in part of your state space, like grasping from the bottom of the bin? I mean, the simple answer is you should collect more data in that routine. So, we might be tempted to always look for sort of an algorithmic or like sort of model architecture change, but oftentimes the root problem is that you don't have good data coverage in part of your state space. And so definitely the easiest and sort of most reliable solution to improving performance is to collect more data. Obviously, that's not a completely satisfying solution because maybe this isn't the most scalable thing in the long term, but it's really important to keep this in mind. So now I want to talk about, how does the policy take steps? So what you're seeing here is Russell's about to put this part down on the ground. The robot sees that, it decides to push this bin away, and then it's going to take steps to go over and grab this part from the ground. And you can see here the robot's perspective and also the predictions from the network. So, and again, this is all just like the same policy. It just has these recovery behaviors baked in. There's no explicit detection that we should trigger a different policy. So how does the policy actually do this? So the question is taking steps any different than moving your end, right? And I think, they're both just SE3 poses at the end of the day, right? So if you look here back at our data class for the actions that we're asking the neural network to predict, if you look at the pose for let's say the left hand and the left foot, they look exactly the same. Right? And I think the answer on are they the same or are they different, it really depends on who's asking. So from the policy's perspective, it's going to be exactly the same. So the policy is going to predict an SE3 pose, and the robot is going to just walk. Okay, so you can see that here in this still image on top, where we have these little dots. These are actually poses, but it would be messy to draw that. So this is like the policy predicting that it wants to pick up its foot and move it. Okay. So this basically keeps the learning side very simple and general, and ensures that we don't have to do any special handling to think about walking versus moving our end. But from the robot dynamics and MPC perspective, taking steps is quite different than moving your end. Right? And teleop server, which is basically what receives these commands on the robot, that's where we sort of put all the magic. So in order to predict an SE3 pose and have the model predictive controller be able to walk, you need to annotate things like contact modes, like lift off, swing, and touchdown. Like you can't just stream it instead of codes. And I think there was a few key design choices that helped us ensure that the learning side remained simple and scalable here. One was enforcing statelessness in the teleop client-side code. So it's very tempting to put statefulness into your teleop system. But as soon as you do that, you have to clone that statefulness when you're learning a policy, and that can be really challenging. And we've hidden all this complexity inside the code that's downstream of the learning algorithm and runs on the robot. And we also run exactly the same code during the teleop and during policy inference. So the policy actually, from the robot's perspective, it doesn't really know if it's being controlled by someone doing teleop or by a policy doing inference. So I just want to highlight a few cool results on our manipulation test stand. So this is sort of like one of our workforce test beds. You can see it doing a bunch of different tasks here, from tying a rope to folding a chair to unfurling a tablecloth. So it can do lots of different things. This is basically identical to an R1 full humanoid robot, but without the legs. So it runs the same software, sensors, controller, and teleop system. This means that we can use all of our pipelines and algorithms that we use on the full humanoid exactly the same on this manipulation test stand. And every video on this slide is coming from a single language conditioned multitask policy. All right, so in my last few minutes, I wanted to talk a little bit about lessons learned and where we're going next. So I think the most important lesson I've learned is that high quality data is the most important thing. So I think if you have bad data, it doesn't really matter what you do, you're likely to get bad performance, and it's going to be very hard to overcome that. If on the other hand, you have really good data and a scalable learning algorithm, you can get pretty good performance. I think also collecting high quality data is actually really hard. So you have to teach your data ops team composed of demonstrators what collecting high quality data is. I think if you're a researcher and you are going to be the consumer of this data, you intuitively do certain things, right? You demonstrate in a way that's observable. You use robust strategies, but that's not obvious to someone that's doing data collection for the first time. It's also pretty difficult to quantify what good is. So if you're asking someone to label a bounding box on an image, that's a very well-defined problem. But asking them to collect high quality data for behavior cloning, that's a little less well-defined. And people always are going to make mistakes. So you really have to have good quality assurance systems to make sure that bad data doesn't get through. Also, another thing to keep in mind is that data sets aren't static, right? So the most direct way to improve performance is to collect the right kind of data. So showing things like recovery behaviors or grasping from the bottom of the bin, as I showed you earlier, these are really important to get good performance. And also good system design can really simplify the learning problem. So as an example of that, when we started this project, our teleop system couldn't move the feet around and the policy couldn't move the robot around. And once we added those capabilities to our teleop system, extending the policy to be able to take advantage of that, it didn't require any sort of re-archetyping of the model or learning framework. Everything worked exactly the same. So another thing that I want to highlight is that the learning code, which is basically what I've talked about in the second half of this talk, that's maybe only 10% of the work. There's so many other components that I didn't really have time to highlight. So things like the data pipeline, data operations, your QA tool, how you do evaluations. These are all like really unsung heroes of this project, and it's really what allows you to close the loop on collecting data, training a policy, and evaluating and iterating and making progress quickly. We also feel like evaluation is pretty hard, and I think if you talk to some industry folks, a lot of people will tell you the same. So hardware evals are expensive, and they also have high variance. So we found that simulation is a really valuable tool for doing automated and reliable eval rollouts. On the bottom here, you can see our robot doing sort of the same holding spotlights task that was being done in hardware. And our simulation is really nice because it runs exactly the same controller and teleop system as the hardware. So all of our code is shared between sim and real. And this really allows us to have confidence that when we draw some conclusions in sim, those are going to transfer over to the real. So there's definitely a bunch of challenges associated with this technique. So the first is that the policy relies on the closed loop dynamics of the robot and controller system to be the same at training and inference. So this is a somewhat subtle point, but I think it's really important. So this begs the question of, how do you improve and change your controller without invalidating all of that data you collected? So I think one way to think about it is you can think that every time you make a major controller revision, you can think of that as a different embodiment of your robot, and you really need to use cross-embodiment techniques to overcome that. Another thing is that there's a lot of variation across robots. So robots have different camera intrinsics, extrinsics, hardware issues, etc. So how do you deal with this? So just as an example of that, if you look here on the right, what we're asking the robot to do is take this image. It's actually a pair of images, but for simplicity, I'm showing you just one. I'm asking you to take this image from the head camera, and then I'm asking you to predict, I'm asking the network to predict SE3 poses that are going to reach into this bin and grab the object. And the difference between a successful grasp and a missed grasp is maybe like 1 centimeter, right? So this is a pretty challenging problem. So how do you deal with this? I think wrist cameras can really help mitigate this problem, but they have their own challenges, and you can come chat with me after if you want to learn more about that. But I think wrist cameras are great. Another challenge is that our current teleop system can't drive the robots at its physical limits. So earlier I showed you what MPC and RL can do and put sort of in ideal situations, but our teleop system, there's still a gap there. So how do we close this gap and really use the robot's hardware to its maximum potential? And then, how do you solve for tasks that are possible for the robot to do, but really difficult to teleop? So sort of in the spirit of this workshop, doing dexterous manipulation via a teleop system is pretty challenging for some of the reasons I mentioned earlier, which is like, it's not easy to get things like force feedback and touch. And no matter how good your robot cameras are, they're never going to be as good as you using your own eyes up close. So that's another challenge. So next steps, we're definitely going to continue to scale data collection and really focusing on quality in addition to quantity. We also want to explore other parts of the data pyramid. So this entire talk that I've given has focused only on the top part of this data pyramid, which is very high quality, but it's limited in quantity. Okay? So as we go down the data pyramid, right, we can think of using cross-embodiment data. So does data from our MTS system, does that help whole body teleop? Or does data from other robots like these TRI Panda stations, does that help us? And then you can think about going all the way down, further down the pyramid and thinking about how you, learn from unlabeled third-person YouTube video. And I think all parts of the data pyramid are going to be important, but it's obviously more challenging to use them as we go down. And finally, we really want to close the loop on policy rollouts to drive improved performance. So I think behavior cloning can get you pretty far, but you really, if you want to get high performance, you really need to close the loop with things like Dagger and RL. So with that, I want to acknowledge that this is really a team effort, and I have the privilege of presenting today. Some of these folks, like Pat, Aiden, Eric, and Scott, are all here at CoRL, so definitely come find us and chat with us if you want to learn more. So yeah, with that, I'll just put a plug that if you're interested in working on large behavior models at Boston Dynamics, come to our career page. You can also come chat with me or any of the other Boston Dynamics folks here. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Yeah.
Are you ready to give me a rule of thumb of how many trajectories or how many hours of area of demo do you need for these different stuff?
Yeah. I would say it depends highly on the task. If you're willing to keep, yeah. You mean like in-domain tasks? Yeah. So this bin thing is like roughly 8 hours of data, and maybe like another 20 for the legs and stuff like that. And then for the sort of manipulation test stand, tying the rope and flipping the tire, none of those had over 5 hours of data, I would say. So I think it's hard to say. Maybe like 5 to 10 hours for like in-domain tasks is like a good rule of thumb. But I think it highly depends on your embodiment.
Mine started from Institute. Great work, Lucas. My question is more about the reliability and robustness of the LBX/like type of methods for remote tests. And the way I want to ask this question is that, like, I believe you were part of the DRC team, with MIT. If there was a DRC today with the same task, with this, like eAtlas or any humanoid robot, how much of the task would you consider using VLA or LBM or this kind of stuff to kind of like, I guess the question is more about like how much do you trust the reliability on an unseen environment and an unseen space?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, maybe to change the question a bit, I think the things we're doing here, we have no idea. If you asked us to program them manually, it would probably take, some of these would be impossible, like tying the rope. Other ones would take us like, I don't know, 6 months or something like that, and they'd be fairly quick. So everything I've shown here is like in domain, there's no like generalization to new objects and stuff. So in that sense, it would be challenging to go out to a deployment and like zero shot generalize. So really what we're working on here is like the top of the data pyramid. I think there's definitely a future where that works, but you need to start basically expanding your data massively. And I would say for now, we're focused more on like narrow, not so much on generalization, but more on like high performance and doing whole body tasks. So I think it's very possible. I think I would also caveat with saying I've worked on the other approach for a long time, and it's really hard as well. So just because you have some sort of model-based system, those assumptions can also break when you go to deployment time. Thank you.
That mic up there, I think, is not working. You may have to go to one behind you.
Yeah, if you just come up and speak loudly, I can also record motion. Yeah, so you said the teleop rate is low. By that, you mean like the rate at which we're closing the loop? Yeah, so maybe I'll caveat by saying the teleop, you get to send commands at 30 hertz. So that's actually pretty fast, and the teleop system is quite responsive. So I would love to be able to like bring the robot and show you, but it's pretty responsive. I can show you some videos later. In terms of heavy objects, that's a really interesting one. So right now, our limitation around really heavy objects is actually the controller we use. So we use a model predictive controller. It's amazing, but one of its requirements is that it needs a model of the world. So if you pick up something that's 30 kilograms, that's well within the capabilities of the robot, but it's not, unless you were to run a mass estimator, that's not something you'd be able to tell NPC about. So we're actively working on solving that problem by using techniques like RL that don't have such strong requirements on the sort of having to have an accurate dynamics model of the world. But yeah, that would be my answer is you train a more capable low-level controller and then the teleoperator doesn't have to worry about this. Because it's also very hard to, like, unless you're willing to put the person in sort of some exoskeleton force, suit, it's very hard to communicate that, the robot's about to take off. So yeah, so what I said here is maybe the question is like how does RL deal with sort of changing environments? So maybe to clarify the question, I would say if you just look at sort of large behavior models, behavior cloning, if you change the underlying controller and you try to use data, let's say from controller version 1, and now you're on controller version 2 that has very different closed loop dynamics, that's not going to work. And that's true whether that controller is RL or MPC. I think RL controllers can be very robust themselves, but you still suffer the same problem that if you, let's say you switch from RL controller 2 to RL controller 3 and they have very different closed loop dynamics, you're going to have to deal with that as a cross-environment problem. Hopefully that answers the question.
One more question, maybe? That's it. You got all the time.
Context state, or do you have to use any special considerations for bimanual manipulation? Yeah, that's a good question. So we're only really, from NPC's point of view, the only contacts are keys, basically. And like we do lots of special magic to make the walking work with teleops. So we tell it about, lift off and push down and swing contact modes. But when it's actually grabbing things, from NPC's perspective, it's not touching anything. We actually can put it in a compliant mode where we can do bimanual manipulation, and we just found that it just works pretty robustly. I mean, there's obviously limits, right? As I said before, if you try to pick up something really heavy, that violates the NPC model enough that bad things are going to happen. But yeah, overall, it's been really good. But I think, definitely going forward, we're looking into sort of teleoping on top of more RL type systems that you can kind of bake in, like, oh, you're holding something heavy or a bimanual constraint. You can just sort of bake those into the model. But I think that's still an open area of research to get those precise enough to do manipulation. So for these tasks, you need to be able to put your end effector, within 1-2 centimeters of where you want. It needs to be very reliable throughout the whole workspace. And I think RL can definitely get there, but it's a little bit more of a challenge than just, let's say, background one.
Great. Thank you, Lucas.
All relations.
Zoom is on the chart. Oh, actually, just on the homepage of this. So it's a time. Zoom.
Yeah, it's insanely struggling with technology.
The month on just the slicing. So then yeah, this is fine. Then you just maximize this. And then you yeah, I'm gonna do that after. Then unmute. And unmute. Unmute yourself.
You can't hear him?
Well, I haven't said anything. Does that work?
Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay.
That's all cool. I think we're ready to go.
Are you seeing the right screen on screen share?
Yeah.
Oh, can you 1 second? Now we're good.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay. Got through technology. Great. So I'm happy to introduce Nathan Lepora, the professor of robotics and AI at the Bristol Robotics Laboratory and leads the Dexterous Robotics Group. He's been here for 4 or 5 years now. 2000, yeah, around that. And then currently focused on the ARIA-funded project, democratizing co-design and hardware and control for robot dexterity, which I've been following. I'm very excited about that. It's great to have you here. You've done a lot of great work on dexterous manipulation. Take it away.
Thanks. Oh, brilliant. Well, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for being invited. It's very much appreciated. So I'm going to talk about tactile robotics and dexterity. So here's some examples from our lab that I'll go through in the talk, if my slides work. Good. Okay, so I was recently invited to write a commentary for Science Robotics, basically because I reviewed Maria Bowser's paper. So, and I used it as an opportunity to say that basically things are happening in the use of tactile sensing for dexterity. So problems are now getting solved that for decades in robotics have been dreamt of, including basically the use of tactile sensing for, if you like, human-like dexterity with robots. I also used it to criticize some of the current hype in humanoid robotics. I like this quote by Henry Ford from about a century ago. How come when I want a pair of hands, I get a human being as well? The point of the humanoid is just to get the hands to wherever needed, yeah, which is really useful in human-like environments. But basically, it's the hands that are important. They're the key technology. They're the hard problem to solve. Dexterous hands is a more difficult problem to solve than walking and dancing humanoids. And to do that, that needs advances which haven't been done, still to do, needs advances in robot hand construction, the integration, need good hands. Those hands need a sense of touch to be able to physically interact with their environment, and it needs advances in robot learning in order to be able to deploy those tactile robot hands. Other influences on the field at present, there's one large investment research, as I'd like to call it, where there's, like large companies with almost limitless financial resources who can, if you like, buy the best people, want to, the commercial organizations, so obviously that is to own the technology. So here's a famous example from OpenAI from about 5 or 6 years ago. It's amazing work. Pioneered in-hand manipulation with robot hands, but it solved it the wrong way. It used 30 cameras. That is not the right way to solve this problem. And they discontinued that research. It had no future within their company. And it's only recently that these problems become possible to solve with tactile sensing, which is the right way. And then another influence is what I like to call democratized research, where there's very limited financial resources. But you have more time, people, motivation, passion. It's not owned or controlled by anyone. Anyone can contribute. So a good example, say the Open Hand project from Yale. that's very influential in our own work. I'll come to that in a minute. Leap hand. You know, that's a good example of democratized research. Lots of people are building leap hands. So the structure of the talk, I want to give some context and then our own labs research in robot hand construction, tactile sensing. I'm actually going to skip that part of the talk because there's not time, and then robot learning. There's an underlying theme of democratizing that research. Okay, so progress in robot hand construction and integration. So let's look at the human hand. I mean, this is the, if you like, the device copy. 27 bone, 29 joints, over 100 ligaments, elastic ligaments, no muscles in the fingers, 22 tendons. Actually, there's more to extend to open the hand than there are to close it, interestingly. Male hand's a bit bigger than the female hand. Apparently, if you're going to lose a finger, it's the index finger is the one to lose, according to surgeons. Some robot hands you can buy. The left one is the QB Robotics soft hand. The right one is Shadow Robot Hand, which was used in the OpenAI demo. So both of these look fairly dexterous. Both of these look fairly human-like. The left hand has got one motor in it, but it's designed cleverly with use of softness and adaptivity to have dexterity through that. The right hand, Shadow Robot Hand, is almost completely actuated. That does mean a huge difference in cost of the hands. Basically, it's £5,000 to £10,000 per motor. So I've been working with tactile robot hands for about a decade now. I started because of the Yale open hand work. Their open sourcing allowed my lab to start building 3D printed tactile robot hands that we could integrate with 3D printed tactile sensors that we were developing in our lab. So that's a direct example of where one lab open sourcing their work has enabled another lab to start and to have, you know, make progress in that area. Then we did that for about 4 years, and then we decided to collaborate with a couple of companies. One with Shadow Robotics with their 3-fingered hand, and another with PISA IoT, the soft hand I showed earlier. So we're trying to cover both bases, under-actuated and fully actuated hands. Here's some examples of things you can do with those hands. Only one of these actually has dexterity, which is the bottom right one, which Effie Simopoulos collaborated with her on that. That's the only one that has some dexterity. The other ones are actually, all they do is kind of grab hands, which ultimately is why we've moved on from those Yale hands that we started with now. We had a brief foray into soft actuation techniques. I'm now no longer using soft actuation techniques. I don't think the technology is right. It's ready yet for robot dexterity. Made some nice papers, but ultimately there's issues with like pneumatic actuation. It's too weak, difficult to use, so on. Stick with motors, yeah, for the time being until the technology is proven. Okay, and so current focus, one is fully actuated hands. As I said earlier, that's one with Shadow Hand. That's continued. We've been using the Allegro hand more recently. I'll talk a bit more about that. I mean, it's fairly obvious to say the direction that we're going in. You know, we like open source hands and we like fully actuated hands. So there's a fairly obvious way that we're continuing, but that's work in progress. I'll cover more about this later in the robot learning. And then underacted soft hands. So in our collaboration with PISA, what we did first is their hand is commercial hand, but they actually open sourced the designs for it. It was originally designed to be injection molded. So we converted that to 3D printing, 3D printed CADs using our expertise from working with the Yale GrabLab hands, and then have been iterating those designs to basically bring more motors and more dexterity into them. And I'll talk more. And more recently, I'll come to this a bit later. There's other ways that you can open source and make it easier to fabricate robot hands. I'll discuss that a bit later. Okay, so this was with the original PISA IoT soft hand, one that basically they gave us. Just has one motor. With a motor, you can close the hand, and then there's a passive elastic element to reopen the hand. So we're interested in integrating tactile sensing in the hand. What can tactile sensing do in this case? One way is that you can use a tactile sensing. If the hand is on the end of an arm, you can use the 6 motors in the arm to move and control the hand. So that's one way that you can get benefit from the tactile sensing and move around the arm. And the other way is you can control the grasp strength. And so the pouring task, although it looks very simple, like pouring stuff from a cup, actually the forces that are on the cup are needed to hold the cup as the mass is moving and mass is being added, can change a lot. And we investigated the use of tactile sensing so that the pouring looks effortless, but actually there's some control going on underneath this to get this to not crush the cup, not drop the cup, do a smooth motion, etc. Okay, and then on the 3D printed hands, the paper's just actually coming out in IGRR now. So what we did is we made 3D printed version of that soft hand, which is commercial hand, let's say. We felt the next most important degree of actuation to add was the antagonist, the motor to open the hand, so that you can use the motor to close the hand and the motor to open the hand, so they can be used together. And that gives basic mechanisms such as variable stiffness, allows you to, it makes it more reactive because it's not always acting against passive elastic force to reopen the hand. As it turns out, it actually increases the workspace of the hands as well. And so the other thing we did is we integrated tactile sensing into it. Because I've missed out the tactile sensing part, what we can now do is that we can 3D print all components of the tactile sensor apart from the camera. So tactile sensors such as the gel site can be quite difficult to make, require molding, require dedicated lab equipment. With the sensors we're now using, we 3D print the transparent parts and the skin parts all in one. So the only thing you need to do is plug a camera into it. It means you can 3D print those structures within the structure of the hand. And the only bit of electronics, as I say, is a tiny little camera, which you buy because they're what we use in smartphones. Yeah, and they're very cheap now. Here's some examples of the hand, grasping stuff, showing adaptivity, the structure of the tendons in the hand. Probably isn't time to go into this, but it's like the workspace does increase with having 2 degrees of actuation. There's a balance with the softness of the hand that you have to consider there as well. And then this is one that I like. So we felt the mechanism was sufficiently simple that we could build it out of Lego. So we did build it out of Lego. So this is a 2 degree of actuation hand built from Mindstorm's Lego. Shows much of the adaptivity, reactivity of the piezo IoT soft hand. Very proud of this. Not least is that this is the first Lapora paper, because it's my 16-year-old son who did the work, and he's going to present it at IOS. So it's things like this that I think can, we want to inspire, the next generation of individuals to get into robotics, and it's things like building a robot hand out of Lego. Who wouldn't want to do that as a child? So that was motivation, and also my son was highly motivated to do it. So, okay, so I'm going to skip over tactile sensing. It feels a bit weird for me because that's usually my main focus, but I'm not going to talk about it. Apart from to mention this, we've got a review paper. Vision-based tactile sensing is currently very complicated. There's lots of different designs of sensors, lots of different names of sensors. Every new paper has almost a new name of a vision-based tactile sensor. So we decided to make some, we have a PhD student at Howrah, we decided to make some sense of this and categorize them and review the main kind of technologies, which if you're interested in that, you can read the paper. So basically the site that we work with, Tactic, we would consider as morphological marker-based. So it uses markers, but there's sophistication in the skin that allows some, if you like, mechanical filtering, some intelligence in how the skin is built. Okay, so I'll skip over that. The other thing is people often assume we have the tap tip is big. We can make it in any site, and now we routinely make it the fingertip scale. Just to mention that, it's all down so that you can buy very small cameras, basically, which are now widely available and cheap. Okay, so we're skipping over all this work that we've done. And then I want to talk about robot learning for the last part of my talk, last 10 minutes or so. So how I kind of got into this area was I'm interested in how tactile sensing can be used to control your robot, fundamentally, to move your robot. So there's for people, many people may be too young for this, but vision-based visual servering was a huge theme in robotics at the dawn of robotics for about 20 or 30 years in the 1980s, 1990s. It's dominant theme. Many of the people who lead the IEEE actually were leading people who developed the methods of visual-based servering. And that's a combination of machine vision and feedback control. And before the days of deep learning, so that it's like feedback, different mechanisms for extracting information from vision to control your robot. And there were two main methods that came out. One which was known as image-based visual servering, where features in the image were used to control the robot. And the other one was pose-based visual servering, where you extracted pose from the images and used that to control the robot. So there is a kind of small field of tactile servering that went on in the 1990s and 2000s. Few people working on it. They mainly worked on image-based visual servering and confined themselves to flat tactile arrays that look like images. That doesn't work for soft tactile sensors that have more complicated images coming out that may not directly relate to the contact. So I kind of got into this because I thought, pose-based server control, that's the way to do it. That's what they use in image, that's what they use in visual servering. You can use a tactile sensor to infer the pose of the contact, and then you can control your robot with it using basically the same techniques. So the first bit of work we did was to say, can you extract pose from a tactile sensor? That's the local pose of the object that the tactile sensor is in contact with. So you can do supervised learning, train it over objects with different poses or some patches of objects with different poses. And then you can, it turns out that with our type of tactile sensor, that's very accurate. You get sub-millimeter, sub-degree prediction. There's a trick though. If your sensor's soft, that means that the pose is contaminated with shear. And so shear, moving in different ways to contact the object, will result in different shears on the tactile sensor. And so they need to be kind of marginalized out. So we use a form of domain randomization for that, but it's physical shear perturbations we put in to the data collection, that the networks are then insensitive to the shear, how the object was contacted, but sensitive only to the pose. Once you've done that and you've got a good pose estimator, you can then do some control, and it kind of works. You know, give it different objects, tell it to move over the objects. You know, it works robustly, different shapes, different sizes, and so on. Just kind of works. Simple feedback controller, but you've got a good pose estimator, and you're insensitive to shear. Shear is the key. Shear is probably more important than normal force for tactile sensor, in my view. Okay, and then we push that forward. We wanted more kind of goal-based methods. So you can extend that server control methods, the feedback control methods, to if you're trying to say push objects to goals. So it's primitive, simple manipulation task. And so what you need here is a kind of nested controller where you need to tell the robot to move towards the goal, but also to orient itself relative to the object to push it properly. But you can do that. And then you come with you have a very simple controller that basically pushes things to goal locations. Yeah. So that's with one finger. So then we extended the work to having more tactile sensors and recently published it last year again on GRR. So this is rather than trying to ignore shear, what you do instead is you want to predict the shear as well as the pose. Yeah, so we call this pose and shear based tactile servering. The point is many tasks that you need, dexterous tasks you need to do with robots, you need to know the shear. So for example, an object that is moving and you're trying to just track along with it, the object's moving, you're trying to track along, shear is the only information you're getting there. Pose isn't useful in that case. So you need to know both pose and shear, and you kind of treat the both two together. They're kind of like a wrench vector, like force and torque. It's kind of like a wrench vector. So pose and shear we do together. So we did pose and shear based tactile servering, and then we kind of did the stuff that we've been doing before properly using this. And you can get some quite general control out. You can kind of move over object. What you can't see here is actually this is far smoother and more natural than the videos I showed before. They were kind of stop motion videos, servering, but you can't see because of the way the camera was taken. These are, real time, smooth. It's doing what you see in the video. So I'm not going to say any more about this, but we are taking these methods forwards, and we believe, well, we know, but we haven't published it yet, that they can be extended to more, complex tasks. Okay, so reinforcement learning sim to real. It's the other way that we used to do robot control. This is when we first got into it. So if you can simulate your tactile sensor, that means that you can then use on the end of a robot, you can then use reinforcement learning to learn a policy to move that robot. For example, to push kind of the task I was showing before, you can learn a neural network to predict the action to move the robot, given reward information, how to do the task. And that's only really possible in simulation because it takes millions of trials for reinforcement learning to converge, and which is infeasible on a real robot. Now, in simulation, our tactile sensor doesn't work the same as our real sensor. This is an important distinction. Many people try to make their simulated tactile sensor match their real sensor as much as possible. We don't do that. In simulation, all we have is a depth sensor, but you can learn a policy from the depth image that I say that predicts the actions. And then what you can do is you can use image-to-image translation methods to translate the image from a real tactile image to the simulated tactile image. It's a supervised learning problem. Give it paired demonstrations, and we use the GAN. And then you can, but again, there's a trick. So there's no shear in simulation as it happens. We're using PyBullet, very simple simulator. So there's no shear in simulation. So it means this image-to-image translation from the real image to the simulated image has to be kind of shear invariant. So we do the same trick of doing domain randomization over shear on the real images that are paired with the simulated image. So for every simulated tactile image, there are multiple real images that correspond to the same, if you like, contact, but different shears. That's the trick to get it working. So you do that, and then what you can do is you feed your real images through your image-to-image translation network, turn those into simulated images. Then you've got a policy for simulated images that results in actions to control the robot, and then you use those actions to do the task, and then it works. So basically, we end up doing the same kind of tasks as we did with the server control, where we know everything that's, if you like, the feedback controller. This time, it's a neural network that's predicting the action. So you don't know how it's doing it, but it's basically doing the same thing as the server controller. So we've extended that forward. So we're interested in multiple tactile sensors. So we've got quite a lot of other work on this, but I just want to draw attention to this one. So this is using 2 tactile sensors to do tasks. Same kind of things. We did almost the same methods as before, but just using 2 tactile sensors. This is using 2 robot arms, each of which costs about $2,000. Yeah. So it's also cheap. This is what I'm talking about, democratized research. This is cheap research to do as well. Also, because we're using PyBullet, so not using an expensive simulator either. We're using a legacy simulator. Moving that forward, so I've got a paper in CoRL here this time. So an issue with PyBullet is that you can't simulate shear very easily for the tactile images. Many of us, this is actually a problem even with more capable simulators now simulating shear. So it turns out you can work around this problem by what you do is you can do typically in the simulation you can do something like estimate the motion of the sensor, like by how much the arm has moved, which gives you a proxy for shear. You can then feed that proxy for shear alongside the simulated tactile image, which has no shear in it, and produce a real tactile image that has shear. Yeah, so it's like you're simulating you're kind of producing simulated real data that has shear, that's more complex physical complexity, but none of that physical complexity was actually in the simulation of the tactile sensor. Yeah. And so this allows us to do the kind of server control tasks I was showing earlier with the kind of pose and shear ones, like the object following, object tracking. We can now do this just using these simple methods. Yeah. And it just relates to how you set up the image-to-image translation. And now I'm going to conclude, getting near the end of the talk. And then we've also been working on fully actuated hands. So it's last year. So we we use basically teacher-student methods, these kind of methods that we do for extracting information from our tactile sensors, throw that all in together with a simulation of an Allegra hand, building on Haoji's work, where he did similar things, pose-based for controlling the Allegra hand. But in this case, the policies are designed to be invariant to gravity. So we train it such that it doesn't care. You can train it to do any object rotation angle, but also to under any orientation of the hand still be able to do the in-hand manipulation. Yeah, and that was important because it means you're actually holding the object as you're manipulating it. If you're not doing that, then typically, like the OpenAI, they just balance the objects on the palm of the hand. This, you're holding the object securely, you're grasping the object while you're manipulating it. Then we push that forward, another paper at CoRL this year. So although it looks, I'll make it sound nice and easy, saying reinforcement learning learns the policy to control the hand. There's actually a PhD student who spent a year of their life tuning reward functions to get that to work. And so instead, why don't you use, there's a lot of interest in using large language models to write the reward functions. So that's what we did as the next iteration of it. It produces better reward functions than humans built, or that particular human who did the previous work built, and also much simpler reward functions. It's probably a good way forward. So instead of having a PhD student spending 9 months tuning reward functions, you have a PhD student who spends 9 months tuning large language models to produce those reward functions to do the task. Okay, and that's me. Thank you.
Great talk. Lots of interesting work. Do we have questions? You can step up to the mic and ask them.
How much data in general do you need to calibrate them? And does that calibration wear off over time?
So they're not digit-based, they're tactile-based, which is a different type of tactile. We do have a version where we've used a digit base, and then we've added our tactile skin to it. So the skin of a vision-based tactile sensor is actually very important. And so the answer will be different depending whether you have a gel site skin or a tactile skin. But the question is fundamentally, do you overtrain to particular designs of tactile sensors? So yes, but there are ways that you can get around that, domain randomization, etc.
Like an order of 1,000, 10,000?
So for the tasks I showed earlier, with the servoing tasks, it typically needs 1 to 5,000 observations. But that on the robot, that takes about an hour to 2. So we haven't tried optimizing that to make it. But there are things you can do, like have models that are trained and then you tune it to different sensors with fewer observations. So there's work you can do in there.
Sorry.
No.
Mike's starting more. You said that shear is very important, so why not measure shear forces directly with the multimodal sensor?
Well, because it depends what you mean by directly. If you're measuring shear forces at the contact interface, then the only way you can do that is through tactile sensing. Because if you're using a force torque sensor, that can't be put at the contact interface, it's got to be somewhere else. So you're not measuring the actual shear force. So you need to use tactile sensing to measure that shear force.
But there are, I guess, other sensor designs that could allow you to measure shear forces at the tactile interface, right?
Well, you could, so that, there are many different tactile sensor designs at the moment, electronic, capacitive, very resistive, so on. It's just at this particular moment in time, vision-based tactile sensing is the one that seems to be working for people who want to do AI. It's not to say in the future, that will be surpassed, but for sure, you don't see with the e-skins doing.
Thank you for the great talk. I got a question about the data representation of the tactile information. That we all want to add tactile information to the language, vision, action to work, make the large models work. To train a large model, we need a large data, but as per now, I think tactile data is not large yet and has so many different kinds of representation. Almost for each type of tactile sensor, we have each type of representation, and it does not add up to the full size of the community. So I want to ask, what's your opinion, or how should we make those general representation for tactile sensors?
Well, that's a difficult question to answer. I would probably have to use simulation. Yeah, if you want lots of data, that's what we've learned from reinforcement learning. But I don't believe that your simulated tactile sensor has to be the same as your real tactile sensor. It can be, cartoon simplified representations of your real one. You don't have to go out and throw lots of GPU, etc., to make realistic tactile images, because it's a relatively straightforward problem to translate between different, if you like, representations of tactile sensor data. But otherwise, it's that's a hard question to answer. There is work on foundation models and so on to translate between different types of tactile sensor. In fact, I'm co-author on one that's possibly on archive with Shanlow's group. So there is work to translate between them. It's one way. But my feeling is actually some simulated representation of a tactile sensor that contains all the useful information that you might want to use that tactile sensor for, in a high resolution format, like an image, but can be used for manipulation and dexterity. You just need one of those, and then you can map from different tactile sensors to them. That's my gut feeling, but I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great talk, Nathan.
Thank you.
An open-ended question. So it seems that we've now kind of solved enhanced manipulation with tactile sensing. It's pretty good. There's a lot of work that do a great job. What kinds of tasks do you think that as a community of tactile sensing researchers we should now focus on, particularly in dexterity, to keep progress?
Interesting. Well, we can twiddle things around in HAT. That's what's been solved. Yeah. So I guess the question is how to make that more useful. So I'm not actually. People keep asking me to agree to their benchmarks and to get involved in benchmarking. I'm not somebody who's into this. I actually prefer. I think the field is at a stage where we want lots of different things being explored rather than everybody cohering around one task. It's not like vision. So I would like to see people's ingenuity come out with new tasks that you can do with these capabilities.
All right, cool. Let's thank the speaker. So we have a 1 hour lunch, maybe 50 minutes now, and then we'll come back and we'll have a panel discussion, so don't miss it.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Clive.
That's great talk.
So let me first explain the format of this panel. So we will start by just throwing questions to the panelists from the stage. And after that, we'll open the questions to the audience on the floor, and feel free to go to the mic in the middle and ask your question. Okay, so I will start with the first question for all the panelists today. It's a big picture question, and the question is, over the next 5 to 10 years, which sub-areas of dexterous manipulation do you believe will see the most breakthrough results?
Can you define what the sub-areas are?
I don't have a clear definition, and that's for you to figure out.
So I am bullish on the progress that will happen in hardware and sensors. So I think that there needs to be progress in hardware and sensors, and there are a number of criteria which need to be met in terms of enough degrees of freedom, controllability, robustness. The hand should be usable for 100,000 operations or whatever. So these kinds of so if you think back to cell phones, there's this famous moment where essentially before the iPhone was released, Steve Jobs kept rejecting various proposals for what the glass would be, and if it scratched, it was not good enough. And eventually it was good enough, and then bingo, that was the big revolution. So I'm myself a software, machine learning, policy guy. I'm not going to do anything on hardware myself, but I feel that innovations on the hardware, actuator, sensor side will be quite big, and on the software/policy side, I'm quite optimistic. I think we'll solve it.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that. I think so. I would agree and disagree. So I think the hands we have now, they have a lot of limitations. Like Nathan had a good sort of overview of all the different hand types, and they each have their strengths and weaknesses, right? But I would say none of them has close to the dexterity or the strength of human hands. So our hands are actually incredibly compact and power dense for their size. So if you try to ask a mechanical engineer to design a hand that's this size, where you can hold your whole body weight on one hand, that's a pretty tall order. So I think, yeah, definitely need to make more innovations on the hardware side. My whole talk was about behavior cloning, and I don't believe that that's going to be like the route to like dexterous manipulation. It's just too hard to tell out that. So I think there's been a lot of impressive progress sort of doing RL for dexterous manipulation, and doing things like the Rubik's Cube and all the follow-up work to that. But it's mostly limited to like sort of the reorientation world. It's hard to do like sort of long horizon tasks with that, or if you do them, you have to do a lot of sort of like reward design. So, I think to really take advantage of the hardware innovations, you probably have to do RL, most likely in sim, but I could believe that it can be done in the real world as well. And then I think to get the like sort of long horizon task progress, that's where you need to combine it with maybe something like behavior cloning. And so I think figuring out like could I teleop on top of a low-level RL controller that's doing in-hand manipulation or grasp stabilization for me? I think that's like a very promising area. I think exposing a rich enough control API to that RL controller is pretty challenging, so I think it's a good open challenge.
I think I've maybe forgotten the question, but what's going to happen what's the big changes going to be in dexterous robotics? I mean, I would say this, so I mean, maybe now is finally the chance that tactile sensing will start really having a huge impact on the field and become, the dominant modality for doing dexterous control of robots. So this has been promised since 1960s. Marvin Minsky is somebody who first said you should do this back in mid-60s and tried to do it. And then in the 1980s, there was a huge amount of work actually and optimism on saying that tactile sensing would transform the field. It's never happened. Mark Kukowski, I think, has said it's like, it's technology that's always like 5 or 10 years away from becoming reality. They say the same about nuclear fusion as well. Maybe now's the time when it will actually happen. But to make a difference on the field, I mean, there's two ways forward. One is that you can have companies with lots of money who make really good hardware, design the tactile sensors and do it all in-house. The other way, which is the lesson we've learned from the deep learning revolution, is actually it's enabling a huge community of people to all contribute to it. And so that opening up the deep learning libraries was instrumental for the revolution that we've just had. And so until you're in a situation where many people can actually work on this, which is not the situation at the moment, then big changes cannot happen. But once that situation does happen, that large amounts of people are enabled to make progress in robot dexterity by making the technology widely available and easily available, then you could see big changes.
Thank you so much for the answers. And the next question for all of you is related to classical versus learning-based approach. So what do you think is the right balance between learning and control? Should we continue advancing model-free learning, or do we need hybrid approaches that integrate control theoretic methods?
You are the person. I should take this. Yeah, so I think the answer is it depends on the problem, right? So, what are the strengths and weaknesses of each? I think the strengths of model-based approaches are, if you satisfy the assumptions that you're making, you kind of understand the bounds of generalization and you can do extrapolation, right? So I can design a controller, like let's say I'm in a linear state space system. I can design a controller and I can write down stability guarantees for the entire state space, and I can really do extrapolation, right? So as an example, for us, we have model predictive control. That's what runs on our Atlas humanoid, and it works in like all parts of the state space. It's incredibly generalizable, as long as you're satisfying sort of the underlying assumptions of it. So one of the limitations that I got asked about in my talk is like, how do you pick up something that's really heavy? So if you tell MPC about the thing you're picking up, no problem, right? But now if you are teleoping and you pick up something really heavy and you have no way of telling MPC about that, you've now broken the assumption of like having an accurate dynamics model of the world. And so now you either have to write like a state estimator for that, which comes with its own challenges, or you have to move to some sort of like RL controller. So I think model-based systems, when the assumptions are satisfied, they're incredibly powerful. I think learning systems are also incredibly powerful because like you've just moved all the work somewhere else. You've moved the work into like tuning the reward function or adding domain randomization. But they're a lot harder to make like work in all parts of the domain, I would say. That's the challenge. So I kind of think for things like airplanes, like classical control works well. I don't think we need to like do RL to fly airplanes, but for teleoperation with contact and dexterous manipulation, I just don't think we have good classical methods, so I don't really see them as the future there. You can take them pretty far, but then you back yourself into a corner where if your method requires really good state estimation, now you're on the hook for really good state estimation, and that can be really challenging. So I think for these kinds of manipulation problems, I see learning as the future.
Yeah, I think it's great because here is my dear friend who represents Boston Dynamics. So when first in our group we started to do RL on robots, the leading example of work on legged locomotion was obviously Boston Dynamics, and Boston Dynamics was very much in the classical MPC controller style. And I should say for myself, I mean, I was trained as an electrical engineer as an undergrad, so I have some sympathy for control. And I still feel that the intellectual rigor that you get from studying control theory is very important, because the concepts that you get in that kind of training are actually very important. Like controllability, observability, etc., right? And then, of course, the thing is that when we use neural networks as function approximators, you can just, fly, right? You're a soul and you can do everything which you're no longer under the strictures of what the classical methodology can do. So I basically see that right now, what's the value of classical stuff? One is for education, another might be for training. So sometimes I think we should use classical MPC type controllers to generate trajectories, which we then use to in an RL framework. Because an RL framework is very opportunistic. It can actually take trajectories from any which way you can. For example, you want to find an optimum, a good way to navigate, and you want to train a neural network which guesses what's the best way to go in a crowded place. You can do it with an optimal controller, okay, and now use those and turn it into a supervised learning problem and just capture it all in a neural network, which is much faster, right? Whereas your classical optimal controller or optimal pathfinder would be very expensive. So there is a role in this sort of sense the systems where our classical models are good enough, like, I mean, I think UAVs and quadcopter is probably a good setting where they work well. But even there, when the folks in Davide Scaramuzza's group were doing their world record drone chasing, they felt they got some mileage out of the extra bit which was not modeled in the MPC controller.
You can use a much richer, MPC. You need to set up a model that you can actually solve online, right? So if you want to take advantage of, let's say second order dynamics or higher order dynamics of your motor and how your battery and power system work, if you can actually model that in your simulator and do RL, you can get great performance. I think, so if you're going after ultimate performance, RL can give you that. But if you're in a domain that's well modeled like quadcopters and you're just trying to fly around, man, a 2-loop controller is just going to be so much simpler and stable, and it's just going to work for you. So yeah, it's really like pick your domain and pick where you want to spend your effort, because RL is not for free. Like, there's a ton of tuning, it's just in a different space, right? So in MPC, you're maybe tuning some objective function, some cost function, but in RL, you're tuning randomization parameters, like, rewards, like trajectory libraries, all sorts of things. So the tuning's still there, it's just somewhere else.
So both. I think the question is where do you look? I mean, clearly there's going to be some low-level control that needs to be, interpretable, PID controller, for example, and clearly there's also some high-level control that's longer time horizon, that reinforcement learning or large language models, etc. Machine learning are more suited for. It's where the dividing line between the two lies. For example, even if you're a fan of end-to-end control, you're not going to control the motor current. Yeah. There's a PID controller in the motor to get that motor to work. So there's always going to be some low-level control. So my feeling is probably the cut-off point is there are some reflexive things you can do with tactile, with contact sensing, with force sensing. That should be autonomous. That should be interpretable. And that can go up to the level of quite sophisticated dexterity. And I showed some examples of this in my talk. Things that you would think you could use more sophisticated methods for, but actually can do with very simple PID controls. So I think that's the level you want to get to, is a level where you can do the most with simple PID or other forms of control. The highest level that you can get, and then everything else you do with other forms of control. And that will also help you when you're teleoperating your robot to get demonstrations to help your reinforcement learning move fast, give good demonstrations for reinforcement learning to get it started and so that will help you teleoperate your robot if it's got that kind of supervisory control already, that autonomy already built in, because it will make it easier for humans to control those, as well as making it more robust for those robots when they're working in practice, once they've learned the controllers, that will get those to work.
Thank you for the great answers again. So I guess all of you mentioned that learning is helpful to achieve some level of generalization. So here's a two-part question related to that point. Generalization. So the first part is, in practice, how do you draw the line for a generalization? Because ideally, generalization can mean anything, right? You can generalize to new objects, new dynamics, new tasks, but we're not going to solve everything in one day. So how do you actually draw the boundary for that? And the second part of the question is, how then can we make policies generalizable when training data is scarce or biased?
All right, maybe I'll do a hot take, which is I don't really believe in generalization. I only believe in interpolation. So I think people look at LLMs and okay, they're generalizing, and well, maybe, but if your training data is the internet, that's a pretty good place to interpolate from. So yeah, where do we draw the lines on generalization? I don't know, it's kind of a semantic question. What was the second part of your question?
How do you achieve generalization when data source is scarce or biased?
Yeah, I don't think there's any free lunch, basically. So
there's no way, is that what you say?
No, I think there's a way, but it's not you shouldn't say, here's my small data set, what magic algorithm can I do to get generalization? I just don't think that's really possible. So, if you're in a data scarce world in robotics, maybe the answer is you got to figure out how to learn from, egocentric human data that you are going to be able to scale, or, you need to figure out how to learn from YouTube, or you need to figure out how to use some other foundation model that does have internet scale knowledge, like a VLM, to do things like reward labeling or suggest actions. So there's other ways. You don't have to scale with just embodied robot data that's at the top of your data pyramid, but you do have, that data has to come from somewhere, that like large scale knowledge. So I think there's lots of promising, people are working on all levels of that. It's pretty challenging once you move away from like sort of the high quality top of the pyramid. The problem becomes a lot more challenging, but I think that's the only like real way to get generalization.
So let me, I agree that generalization could be in most cases interpolation, but that does not make it not valuable.
Oh no, it's super valuable, but I just don't think it comes for free. Yeah, like you have to have data. You have to be in the context hole of something.
Yeah, sure. No, you need to have appropriate data. But okay, so my take is that generalization is really important, and it's been hitherto neglected in the robotics community. So I've spent most of my career in computer vision, and I sort of moved into robotics maybe 5 to 10 years ago. And the thing which really bugged me about the robotics community was that they would do a demo and you don't know where else it would work, right? And at computer vision, we were like that before 2000. But then after that, we got into this regime that you collect some data set and then you evaluate there and let the chips fall where they may, and you learn that, okay, my approach for distinguishing cats and dogs does not work for these kinds of dogs at all. And then you do something about it. Maybe you collect the data, for example.
So I guess like a question is, when we had all these, ImageNet, COCO, still kind of the train and test sets are drawn from the same distribution. So like, I feel like it wasn't until later that we started going to, internet scale models like CLIP and stuff that really were showing generalization.
Well, I mean, step by step. I mean, you have to do these things because the techniques that worked they were evolution. So it wasn't that there was a very new technique. I mean, we sort of had to make those steps, if for no other reason but to convince the rest of the scientific community, because you won't invest in CLIP unless you have some previous success. That previous success rests on some previous success, and so on.
But when you say that, like, the big sort of thing that got us generalization in computer vision was just expanding the data set to, internet scale, right? Like that was the big, I mean, the techniques, they changed.
Techniques needed to change because it couldn't have worked with like 3-layer MLPs.
Yeah.
Right? So we needed to have corresponding changes in the model classes and so on. So what I claim is that we need to be, so for example, just think of I have this strong claim that I'll make a simple task like pick and place, okay? You can't go simpler than that. I want pick and place in the following setting. I rent an Airbnb, I go into the home. Now there are all the objects which a normal human being can pick by himself or herself, right? The things which are in a kitchen or whatever. These can be small coins, these can be a knife, this can be a scissors, it could be a tea kettle, etc., etc. And the task is, and then they all can be present in clutter. Some of them may be inside drawers and so on. Can you pick up anything and place it anywhere? The way equivalent to what an adult human can do. And my belief is that you take any of our leading systems today, Aloha, whatever. I just don't even know whether this capability has been measured. But my suspicion is that if you test it in the wild, performance will turn out to be quite poor. And sometimes it might be limitations of hardware, sometimes it might be limitations of data which was used in training. But I think we need to confront that. And this is essential if we are going to move away from the robot in the factory or shop floor or Amazon merchandise fulfillment center setting to the robot in the home. Because the robot in the home, you cannot engineer the environment. The set of objects will be whatever crazy set of objects people keep in their home.
Yeah, I guess maybe to comment on that, like I would say that I'm actually okay limiting the domain in which you are going to test generalization. You know, it doesn't have to be every home. It doesn't have to be every object, right? So just the way that, you know, ImageNet or COCO are a limited set of computer vision things, we can kind of think of what's the analog of that in robotics. As Jitendra said earlier, you should show some good performance there, which I think we're getting to that. And then if you now want to become, you know, generalizable like CLIP and the internet scale models, then we can think about, okay, how do we go from, you know, good performance in the sort of limited ImageNet style domain to something like way more general, like everyone's home. But I think we still have to just take the
I mean, no, I mean, I'll accept this that we may need to do something intermediate.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in our team at Meta, we're trying to define like a small set of objects on which we should be able to do this, right? I mean, you have to start somewhere. Before you get to thousands of objects, you do it at the level of hundreds of objects or tens of objects. But my pet peeve is that not enough attention is paid to this in the robotics community. And our standard excuse is that it's easier to benchmark computer vision algorithm than robotics algorithm, which is true. Because for computer vision, you have a static data sets, whereas here we have a setup which is a control setup. So either you do it in simulator, which has its own issues. But I think that this concern needs to be there. Otherwise, we don't make additive progress. I mean, the benefit of having a common task framework is that people can build on each other's work more clearly. So anyway, little hobby horse here.
I guess I'll try and keep my answer really short. I'll link it back to the previous question. There's, if you think of the hierarchical control, you've got low-level control that's more interpretable, keeps your robot safe, and then the high-level control that you need to layer up for more complicated tasks at the longer time horizons. The low-level control needs to be completely general, but it works in a much more narrower domain of experience. Something like just maybe keep maintaining pressure of contact on an object or not slipping. So that needs to be absolutely general to work in any circumstance. But the high level control, I don't know, people can then throw their fancy new machine learning methods at that and figure out whatever way actually works in practice.
Thank you. I think it was a good question that sparked some debate. And the next question is also related to something that all of you have done before, Sim2Real and also Talab. So a common complaint for Sim2Real for manipulation is that unlike locomotion, which is really one big class of tasks, you have walking, running, and a lot of other things that can be kind of defined by one set of reward function. Manipulation is basically a much more diverse range of tasks. So given that, how can we efficiently scale this kind of learning method across these hundreds of thousands of different tasks and manipulation with as little human effort as possible?
Shall I take it? I absolutely agree that the failure mode for training in sim, I mean, there are multiple failure modes, but one big one is for manipulation is the specification problem. So how do you specify the task of folding a t-shirt, right? I mean, this to me, like I'm very much a training RL and sim and Sim2Real aficionado. I mean, I believe in this and I eventually think this will win. But for now, I have to be confronted with this question that suppose I want to fold a t-shirt and I have to design the reward terms, I'm dead, right? I mean, it'll be so hackish and it'll probably not work anyway, right? I mean, the student will give up before the problem gets solved. So, but I have my pet way of how I think this problem should be solved. And this is solved by learning from video. So if we have video demonstrations from YouTube or collected in the lab, ideally, I mean, if you have access to YouTube, we have 156 million hours of video. And there you will see people do the task and we can describe that in language and we have no trouble finding all the episodes where somebody is folding a t-shirt. And then make that the definition, right? I mean, we make that the definition of the task, and then let the rewards be deduced from that, and that problem has to be solved. Reward design should not be on the shoulder of an engineer or scientist or grad student. I think that's just the wrong way to do it. We could get away with it for locomotion, because at the end of the day, it's kind of simple, right? You have to move forward, not fall down, use minimum energy, 5 or 6 terms, quite reasonable. But it's not, for manipulation, this is our bottleneck. And but I think the solution will lie in learning from videos of human behavior.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that. So I think, the success of, everything to do with locomotion is because it's like a narrowly scoped problem, and you can spend a lot of time designing a reward for just that problem. And if you solve it, which we pretty much have, it's useful in the real world, because that's a thing, following an SE2 joystick command is something that a lot of people want their robot to be able to do, right? I think, and that's great, and they can be really robust. I think the strength of things, like behavior cloning that we're showing is like, it's kind of the same. You can do anything you can teleop, you can in theory learn, and like you've basically taken reward design away from the engineer and you've put it into the hands of the teleopper, right? And that's like somewhat more scalable. So, how are we going to do sort of RL more generally? I think we have to basically go to a data-driven reward design system. So I think, learning from YouTube videos is like one example of that. You can imagine having a foundation model, like a VLM, that you can just give it 1,000 YouTube videos of shirt folding as like in-context learning, and then it can just look at the renders from your simulator, and it can provide dense rewards. Like, I think if we could do that, we would, make a big step towards like deploying RL more widely. So maybe as like an intermediate example of something like this, like Boston Dynamics is doing a bunch of, and lots of other groups are doing, RL on their humanoids or bipeds, and when you want to have your robot, let's say, do a cartwheel, or do a pistol squat, or do a funny dance, there's different ways to go around about doing that. So one is to go hand design rewards for every single one of those, and the other is to basically go to a data-driven reward system where you put someone in a mocap suit, you record them doing the trajectory, and then tracking that becomes the reward. So that's like a baby step in this direction, and that's like way more scalable than writing hand design rewards for every one of these behaviors. So I think, yeah, data-driven rewards is the way to go. I also wouldn't underestimate the challenge of like creating diverse like worlds in simulation, like scenario generation and asset generation. That's actually a pretty tough problem right now. I think we're going to make progress, but that's not to be underestimated.
On one hand, locomotion isn't so much of a different problem from manipulation. You've got a walking robot with contacts against the ground, controlling the forces of those contacts to move the body of the robot in the way that you want. And then you've kind of got the inverse problem with a robot hand, where you've got a hand holding things. You're using contacts to move around objects in the hand rather than the body of the robot. So the two problems are quite related. But the locomotion problem is, in a sense, more a narrower domain of tasks, and has kind of worked under a kind of brute force machine learning, reinforcement learning approach, throwing brute force methods at it. That seems to be a kind of, it seems to be a challenge applying that kind of techniques to robot hands, although it is working in some domains, such as in-hand manipulation, kind of demonstrations I was using earlier were taken directly from teacher-student methods, taken directly from walking robots. But there's a question of what is the right way forward? Can you extend that using more brute force methods to learn more tasks, more demonstrations? Or, on the other hand, is another way to get the low-level control working more effectively, so that the task of learning to control those robots becomes easier, because you're already getting a lot of that built in autonomously into the robot. And so I'm personally for the latter. I don't believe that brute force, just throwing more and more GPU, throwing more and more resource, time, effort at it is the way to go. I believe that trying to get the morphology of the hand design, so that it helps you do the control, having the low-level control, the sensory feedback, so it helps you control the hand. I believe that will ultimately make the problem easier to solve.
Thanks. Great discussion. And we'll have one last question from us, and then we'll open the question to the floor. So last question. A lot of people like to ask, if you have unlimited resources, what would you do? But we find that people usually just say that they will do everything. So we decided to change the question to, if you have very limited resources, what is the one next project that you're going to choose?
Probably not robotics, because you need a lot of resources.
Imagine just enough resource for you to do one robotics project. Or you can also say it's not robotics, but you have to pick a project.
Do you want me to go first on this one? Yeah. Well, my lab has had very limited resources. I think unlike the young people on the stage, that for many years we had to survive. I had a big grant early in my career that came to an end, and then we had very little resources in the lab. And then I've got working with ARIA, so resources have gone up again. It's a good thing to have limited resources, because it pushes you into trying to get the most out of what you can do and to solve the problems in a limited resource way. And so, rather than buying expensive hands that cost a couple of £100,000, you make them yourself for £1,000, and you try to make them as good as possible. If you do that, you also enable other people to work. Most people in the world have limited resources. What we want to do is enable those people to do the research. So I think it's a good thing to have limited resources.
So everything that we should do as fundamental as possible research project to benefit the rest of the community.
Yeah, absolutely. Research is about enabling others. So maybe it would be a good thing for people who have lots of money in their lab to maybe have a few years of very limited resources. See what it feels like. Changes the style of research. And I say, because if you can do stuff on limited resources, you can then share that with other people. Because, resources is something you have to have. If you solve a problem with huge amounts of resources, only other companies, individuals with those resources can do that.
Yeah, maybe my answer is, if you ask me to get high performance on this task or this set of tasks or this set of Airbnbs, clearly spending more money at the top of my data pyramid, that's definitely the most reliable way to go. But if I had limited resources and I had to hit these generalization targets, I would basically go further down the data pyramid. So, I would work on how can we learn basically from things further down the data pyramid, and I would probably target ARIA data, like Ego Exo 4D. I think that's the right sweet spot of there's enough of that and it's fairly cheap to collect and it's close enough to your embodiment versus, I'd love to learn from YouTube, but that's pretty tough right now. So yeah, I'd go to cross-embodiment learning with human ego data.
Any non-robotics project? Because you seem to have thought about it too.
I mean, I think you still need a really capable robot, and I do think that if you want to do that ARIA data project, I think that having a robot that is kinematically similar to a human and has roughly the same camera placement and roughly the same arm kinematics and hand shape is going to make that a lot easier. If I give you a spider robot and I ask you to learn from humans doing tasks, it's not going to work well. So
hardware design.
Yeah, I mean, you need something that's close enough that the embodiment gap isn't insurmountable. But yeah, maybe a simple Aloha bimanual setups is enough.
So my favorite problem in this space is trying to build a model of how children learn, because children manage to learn with a fair amount of trial and error. So for example, for walking, Karen Adolph at NYU, she has done these experiments and she shows that children might fall 100 times in an hour while learning to walk, but they just get up and walk. Their bodies are soft, the center of gravity is low, they just, unless some adult is observing them and they feel like fussing, they just get up and walk. So therefore, it is not the case that the basics of RL, trial and error, some success and failure, that is part of human learning or motor control. But they have bodies which are much better than the bodies of our robots for this kind of learning. That's why we have to go to simulation, and we can't do RL in real for, but the sample complexity still seems to be better than what we have in our machine systems. And for now, we are going to go with the heavy hammer, right? The heavy hammer is what worked in language, and you can do calculations, and clearly what one of these GPT type models have is like 10 to the power 4 more data than what a human baby is exposed to, right? For getting the same kind of linguistic competence. So there must be a simpler solution out there. So to me, figuring that out is a great scientific problem. And for this, I think you need ideas more than resources. And
got it. So our lab will pivot to learning paradigm research next year.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, General, you're throwing it open now?
Yeah, so now we're inviting the audience to ask questions. Feel free to use the 4 mics. Just come out and ask your questions. And thank you for the very fun conversations just now.
Hi, I'm Cam. I'm from NIST. And this is a question for all of you, but Jitendra, I enjoyed hearing what you said about the common task frameworks and how a lot of times we don't do this well in robotics, and in computer vision, it's much easier to benchmark things. So being from NIST, we was part of the team that developed the tasks for the DARPA Robotics Challenge. And so that was for humanoid mobility and dexterity manipulation and so on. And those are pretty much things that we are trying to standardize and have standardized in a sense, and are now in our quadruped challenge and also in RoboCup and so on. And you know, as NIST, I always ask, okay, what can we do to help and how can we do that? And we are doing things. So for example, for manipulation in general, we have developed assembly task boards as benchmarks, and we are standardizing those. So, but what I really would like to understand is how come industry is not doing these things? Is it resources? Is it you're just too focused on developing the technology and making it work, and that thing is a secondary aspect? Because that's what we would like to help with, but I'd like to understand how and why that's not happening. Thanks.
You go first.
Yeah, I guess my answer is, maybe this is more of a question for Scott and Alberto who are here in the audience, but at the level I'm at, I'm just focused on making my things work. And you might think you have a lot of resources, but you know, if the thing you're being asked to do is like hard, you'll quickly consume your resources. So yeah, I just don't have a lot of spare cycles. But I think like having things like the NIST like assembly board tasks that people can 3D print, I think is great. And I think having like simulation versions of that are like really easy to play with in things like Mujoko and Isaac, I think that's really the way forward. There's a bunch of different like, you know, behavior cloning benchmarks out there. I haven't spent a ton of time on them myself, but I think coming up with some good like benchmark tasks is good. I think, unfortunately, we're in a place where different people's hardware can do very different tasks. So, you know, our hardware can do tasks that Aloha can't do, but Aloha can also do things that we can't do. So, you know, actually coming up with something that's going to work on everyone's hardware is also pretty challenging. And so people end up choosing stuff that works well with their hardware.
Yeah, I think that's a fair answer. When I came to robotics, for me, the biggest disappointment was not making headway on getting people in robotics to do standardized tasks. I think we succeeded in the context of navigation, because in navigation you can mostly do it in simulation, and we could create the simulators and have simple metrics like we had something called SPL or whatever. And we went through a process by making it a community thing. Because if only one company or one university designs it, then others think it's theirs, not ours. So you need to have a community process. And that sort of succeeded for navigation. For manipulation, you can do it if you do it in a simulator, but then there's a problem of it not being valid. And I think that it's just like, it seemed like succeeding on this seemed harder than actually making progress on the problem. So I personally, for me, I'm saying that I regard this as a failure for me, as in terms of, I'm not saying it's just my problem, but I personally tried and failed. Okay, but now I also, now I have a role in a company, and from that what I see is that you are, when you're in a corporate setting and you're pursuing an agenda, what you have is you declare certain goals, and then what are the most important things to accomplish that goals. And basically, I mean, the list board is not, doesn't fit into that line of sight to that to the target which you have decided. Okay, we are what we want to accomplish in 3 years or 2 years, 1 year. What are the intermediate goals? They get dictated by that, and this becomes like a side curiosity, if you will. And it shouldn't be that, because, but I'm seeing the negative consequences of not having standardization as well. Like, I read a paper, I don't know how much to believe it. So sometimes what I do is I ask somebody to re-implement it and try it out, and that's when I understand what it actually does. And for the really important things from other groups, I mean, I found that there's no excuse to that. The other thing you do is you grab hold of them at a conference and you have a beer or 3 beers, and after that, Sergey will tell me the truth, right? Okay. I'm picking on my dear friend who's sitting there representing another, group or philosophy. But yeah, I wish it was better. I just wish it was better.
One thing I mentioned benchmarking in my talk, that I kind of blow hot and cold on it. So I recognise, obviously, it's been critically important for computer vision. And then, so every now and then I get asked to partake in like some tactile sensing benchmarking exercise. And I just wonder if it will actually help, because the field is in a kind of exploratory state still. It's not like it's converging on particular solutions. So while you're in an exploratory state, I'm not sure benchmarking helps that much, because actually what you want then is you want people to try different things.
Well, benchmarking is one thing, but even talking about the technology in a common way. So tactile sensing, exactly. We're starting something now with tactile sensing, because there are all sorts of claims of different companies that are developing these sensors about resolution, force sensitivity, latency, etc. What do they mean by all of these terms? They don't always agree on what those mean, and that's one of the things we try to also standardize.
Well, absolutely, yes. So the language we use, the terminology, is critical. Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. But it's difficult, as you say, because a resolution, say, for an e-skin, means something very different for a resolution for a vision-based tactile sensor. So these are the challenges, but getting that kind of shared terminology, the kind of lexicon, I agree with that, absolutely. And you can't do the benchmarking until you agree on that. Right.
Thank you. If anyone has the next question, feel free to come up.
All right, so Jitendra said that he's a big believer in sim to real. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the role that simulation will play long term. I think we all kind of believe that it'll be an important factor in fielding, generalist policies that get robots out the door and then start the data flywheel. But will simulation be an important step for improvement long term?
Yeah, so I'll go out on a limb, right? So first of all, I believe 2 things. One is that just simulators can be made more accurate. So some of our problems with using simulators have to do with just the physics in them not being super accurate, and we face those problems when dealing with contact or deformable surfaces and so on. So but this is a scientific problem, right? It can be addressed, and it's analogous to rendering in graphics. I mean, over time the renderers just became better and better, and they are really good. So I believe that the physical simulation part of it, the technology could improve, They could become faster. I mean, this is the kind of thing that regular science and engineering will take care of. Okay, the second part is that we will need rich environments, but this, I believe, I'm totally bullish on. I mean, computer vision will solve this. Essentially, I want a system such that I can go into this room, and in 1 hour I can have a model of this room in terms of objects and with physics, and that you could really operate with. The chairs should be ones where if you poke on the seat will swing back. Okay. This is a problem which is more than computer vision, but it is computer vision plus. And I think it should be doable in the next couple of years. Then the third scientific problem will be that which is basically some form of system ID, right? We need system ID, but we solved this problem in computer vision and graphics in the late 90s because there were the laws of optics, but they didn't tell us what is the BRDF of this particular piece of wood. So we needed to solve that, and we figured out techniques of using computer vision for that. So it's the inverse optics problem. Here we need to solve the inverse mechanics problem. And then there will be some leftover stuff which you deal with domain randomization and blah, blah. But I think there are 3 totally approachable scientific problems which are not trivial. They will not be solved in 3 months or 6 months. But over a period of a few years, they can be solved. And these are actually also approachable by universities. This doesn't need the resources of Boston Dynamics or Meta or Google. I think it can be, some parts maybe, but mostly they can be done by others. So anyway, I'm giving you the bullish answer. My colleagues may disagree.
I think it's going to be important long term, but I would say, from my experience dealing with, RL and sim to real, getting the robot to walk in the simulator, that's easy. It's transferring it to the real that's hard, and it's not that we can't accurately simulate it if we knew what the parameters were. It's really sysid that's the problem. It's like, oh, actually, this actuator has stiction, and you need to model this very carefully, or like this gear has like this efficiency, and it's different depending whether these 2 screw actuators are loaded or unloaded, right? Or like the specific geometry of my foot really matters. So if we knew all the parameters, I think we could simulate them, but it's actually doing the sysid is really tough. So I think if we really want the simulators to be useful, we need a way more automated way to go from a robot rollout to what should I change in my simulator? Right now, it's like an engineer runs an experiment, looks at the log with their log analysis tools, has an intuition, and goes change something in a simulator. It's like a very manual loop, and there's people who are good at that and people who are less good, and you gotta hire the people who are good.
No, I agree with you, but that precisely what I would say is we have to take it from sort of art and black magic and sort of last minute hacking to make the damn thing work into science.
Yes.
And this has been, if you look at the history of computer science, there are problems in the 60s and 70s which started off purely as some kind of there's a very specific problem that had to be solved, like hashing. If you look at the history of hash functions, the initial papers are not even written up in any fancy journals. They're like some tech report because somebody felt that they needed to do something to solve a problem. But over time, it becomes a sort of an enterprise and properly characterized. I mean, sysid has been done by control theory people in a certain regime. I think it's not been done enough in our regime, and we do it. We do it because we have to, but there is no reason why this itself cannot be a research problem on which you devote spend 10 PhDs on it at top schools, and I'm sure you'll make progress. Somebody has to regard this as important enough, put a big black box around it and say, we're going to crack this, and you'll get a PhD thesis for solving it. Okay. Anyway, this is me as a professor. For me, every problem is measured in units of PhD students.
Well, for sure, simulation has to be important for getting more human-like dexterity, for improvements in dexterity. It's always good to bet on a technology that's going to keep on improving, and compute and simulation are definitely technologies that will get better and better exponentially. So I probably haven't mentioned sim to real earlier, and that's the key thing. If you learn policies and simulation, you need some ways of translating them to reality. I have a slight, there's two ways forwards on this, and I have a kind of minority perspective of it. So one, if you like, the majority perspective is you make your simulation better and better so it approaches reality, and that closes your sim to real gap. And that's, for example, the bet that, say, NVIDIA would make, because they have, you know, all GPUs. There's another way, which is, you know, you live with a simulation that is good enough, just has enough physics in it, cartoon representation of reality, that you can learn how to do the task in it that you want to do, and then you shift the problem to then bridging across the sim to real gap. So I'm a proponent of the latter. I mean, it needs less resources, for example, to do that. And actually, that problem of how do you translate, you know, observations in the real world, maybe tactile observations, into simulated tactile observations or observations that may not look like the real world, still nevertheless a solvable problem.
Thank you. And now we have time for maybe one last question. You can also raise your hand and I can pass a mic if you're too far from the mic. One last question to the floor.
It is related to the first question. What should be the next generation of benchmark task for dexterous manipulation? I'm new to the field, so I do not know well about this, but I think pick and place and peg and hold and in-hand object rotation is the current status of those benchmark/tasks, but I think we want more to maybe make it close to the real world application. Can we choose one or few groups of tasks to get towards generalization?
Yeah, I think we should move away from these like really sort of myopic short horizon tasks, like just spinning a cube. And I think there's tons of examples just from daily living, right? So I think, you know, zipping up a coat, you know, tying your shoelaces, folding a shirt. Like, I think these are all, just look around your house. I think there's a ton of good examples. And what I want to see is like things that are just more than a little sort of like small snippet of behavior. I want to see you an approach, us tackling doing the whole task, not just a little subset of the task. Like grasping is not a whole task, right? Rotating something is not a whole task. You got to put it together to do a real thing. So yeah, I would say just look around your daily life.
Well, likewise, moving more towards natural human behaviour, kind of task we do every day, is the way to go. I wouldn't like to define benchmarks though. I prefer to see people exploring it and coming out with, you know, ingenious new tasks. That's what I'm most interested in seeing, and ingenious ways of solving those tasks. So I prefer not to call it benchmarks, more what should be explored, and moving towards more human-like dexterity is the thing to explore. Because at the end of the day, that's the problem we're trying to solve here, is to have robots that are as good or better than humans in how we handle objects in our everyday life. That's the ultimate problem that's trying to be solved.
Yeah, I think my colleagues have spoken well enough.
I would like to inject a follow-up question here. So now I see that there are pretty much two schools for evaluation and manipulation. One is the more standardized benchmark, where you have easier tasks like short horizon, pick and place, in-hand reorientation. And the other one is going for a really flashy demo, trying to push whatever capabilities that you have never seen before. And you kind of lose a bit of something in each of these approaches, and how do we close the gap to balance the scientific part and the practical part of it?
I don't think it's a benchmark issue. I think people choose the task that they can solve. So, you know, if you can do in-hand reorientation, you do. If you could tie a shoelace, you would. Like, I don't think like evaluating did you fold a shirt or tie this shoelace is like, it's not really that much harder than did you spin this Rubik's Cube.
But it might be easier to evaluate, for example, pick and place with a certain set of objects like YCB, so it's more of a standardized.
I don't know, I could buy 100 t-shirts off Amazon and ask you to fold them all. Like, I think it's totally possible. It's just a harder task, so people don't do it. Yeah. And I don't think you have to have simple tasks and benchmarks. Yeah. You should kind of have the whole range from things that are achievable in the next, 3 to 6 months to things that are going to take like 5 years, 10 years.
I mean, I agree with everything. What I'm missing is something which we could do in computer vision, which was that we could stand up in the conference and then have this chart, and this chart is performance on object detection at COCO. And here is the number in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. And it was very nice, and it was also very good to put up in front of funding agency managers, because they could take that to their managers and say, the computer vision community is making steady progress on object recognition. So I would love to have that that plot where things go up and to the right. I mean, that is the nature of scientific progress. Things should go up and to the right.
Well, hopefully, as the hardware and the technology become more general purpose, that will close that gap naturally. And maybe there's another way of viewing benchmark. You see people's flashy demos in papers, but what you don't tend to see is somebody say, "Oh, I've now managed to do that flashy demo, twiddling something around in hand, and that flashy demo, picking and placing, sorting stuff. But I've done it with the same hardware, the same hand, the same methods. Kind of combining these techniques together. Because ultimately, if you combine, that's what we want to do, is have a single, hand manipulator that can do it, all the kind of tasks that we're considering at the moment.
So, which leads me to this line, which I must communicate, which I learned from Donald Knuth, who was a professor at Stanford, and I took a class from him. And he said, if something works once, it is a hack. If it works twice, it is a technique. Let's all develop techniques.
Nice conclusion. And let's give a round of applause to all the panelists for the great discussion today. Thank you so much for being here.
All right, the slides I don't have. The speaker presenter, but
Can I just click through?
yeah.
Also, hi, my name is Rish, and I'll be presenting Flash, which is flow-based language annotated graph synthesis for dexterous hands. So our motivation for this work is that we noticed that previous works, when they're doing their graph generation pipeline, is very open looped, where the graphs are not geometrically aware and being semantically, they decoupled it from the semantic intent of the text prompt. So we present Flash, which tries to solve this by making it closed loop and feeding in the geometrically aware information as it's predicting the grasp. So Flash has a Qwen 2.5 LLM as a backbone. We feed in the text using the same tokenizer. We feed in the object point cloud through point N++. We also feed in DynoV2 per point semantic features. Concatenate them as tokens. We feed in the current hand point cloud, the current hand parameters, and with all conditional flow matching models, the time step, and a learn query to help aid with prediction. This then predicts a velocity field, which we changes the hand parameters. And we introduce a mesh batching procedure, which closes the loop that renders the point clouds as it's doing the flow matching procedure. And since it's doing it in batches, we can do the same conditional flow matching batch training with the same iteration speed. And we render these new point clouds and we feed it back in, closing this loop. Along with this, we also introduce a new data set. We use previous data sets that provide text annotations and the corresponding object meshes. But we do some non-trivial things on top of that. We add more text annotations from O4 Mini to give different levels of abstraction. We have some, we make the object meshes watertight, and then we also perform Laplace smoothing. This allows us to pre-compute the SDFs for all the objects, and then we use that to further refine the graphs by doing gradient descent on that metric. And then we also provide the DynoV2 features that we computed. And this plugs into our model. Cool. Here are some examples of the graphs ours was in blue. being improving over the previous data sets grasps. And here's a sample trajectory of this conditional flow matching process. That's right. Some other ones. And here's some examples of it generalizing to unseen prompts. It's pretty cool. And we also concurrently had a diffusion head of the same Flash model. And we noticed that given prompted with an unconditional blank prompt, text prompt, it cycles through all of the different grasp nodes through the as is diffusing. To evaluate this, we do sim evaluation in Isaac Lab, and we do it with 1024 environments. And we notice that we get comparable performance to state of the art while keeping this task semantic, keeping the semantic meaning of the grasps. And for the future work, we would like to use the velocity field to not only for the flow trajectory, for also the policy. And the way we would like to do this is by constraining the velocity field to such an extent that the the flow trajectory corresponds to a physically plausible policy that we would deploy on robots. Cool. Yeah, and if you'd like to know more, please look at our poster session. Thanks. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah. Which one? This one. Slide through. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chun Young-an, and today I'll talk about my ongoing research, vision-free object 60-pose estimation. First, if you want to make in-hand manipulation policy, it requires object pose. But how can we obtain object 60 pose in the real world? Traditionally, vision perception is the best option. However, let me think about in-hand manipulation side. The vision confronts several challenges such as self-occlusion caused by multiple fingers. So our question is, can we perform in-hand manipulation tasks under limited visual information? So we defined our problem as vision-free object in-hand manipulation. Our approach is inspired by human-like haptic sensing, such as cutaneous and proprioception and kinesthesia. We use our customized hand. So if you want to know about details, please visit my poster session. And so we want to make multimodal haptic-based 60-pose estimator. And there are our overall architecture. First, we add LSTM with attention mechanism to capture temporal correlations between the multimodal haptic signals. And evaluation has two parts. First, pose estimation. In simulation side, the model performs well, but however, in real world, the unexpected slip errors occurs, so the position error is huge. And we tested in-hand manipulation. Our model using only haptic-based pose estimator, the robot can manipulate and reorient the object by with achieving 3 reorientation targets. However, this is our ongoing work, so we have a lots of limitations such as limited real-world validation. We only tested in 2D pulse estimation. So as a future work, we want to extend the real-world experiment to 60 pulse estimation. Yeah, thank you for attention. If you want to know more, please visit my poster session.
So, hello everyone. I'm Tatsuya Kamijo from Omron X, and today I'm presenting this work called Tactile Memory with Soft Robot Retrieval-Based Contact Reach Manipulation with a Soft Wrist. So, in short, it's about finding a synergy between soft robotics and machine learning. So, if you imagine yourself doing a contact reach manipulation task like this insertion, you can probably recall the sense of touch during the task execution. And it is called tactile memory in the literature of neuropsychology and neurophysiology. And thanks to this tactile memory, during the actual execution of novel insertions, for example, like different geometries like USB insertion or a different like shape of the peg, we can still retrieve these touch-based experiences from the past experiences. And in combination with the inherent compliant nature of our human hand, we can nicely execute the contact reach manipulation tasks. So how can we bring this ability, like amazing human ability, to robots for contact reach manipulation? To realize this human's capacity of tactile memory with the actual robot, we present TAMESOBot, which stands for Tactile Memory with Soft Robot. And this is the overview of our pipeline. So we first collect the data with a VR controller teleoperation, and then we train a transformer encoder, which is a tactile encoder. And then we create a database which stores a pair of tactile embedding and the corresponding action. And at inference time, we query using the current history of observations to retrieve the nearest neighbor. Using the nearest neighbor retrieval, we retrieve the row action. And then the action is executed with the soft wrist. And then this soft wrist, although the row retrieved action is kind of peaky sometimes, because we use a soft wrist, it kind of plays a role of row plus filter, and then it's the task is executed nicely. So this is our hardware setup. We use a soft wrist, which was previously proposed in IROS, and then we also use a tactile sensor from Conductile. And then here is the representation learning part. So I think the details should be in the process session. You can ask me any questions, but the main idea is we use end effector pose or other like force-talk data or other modalities as global context. So it's summated to the base tactile token. And then we also use masking strategy. So yeah, this masking strategy is actually really effective. We partially like randomly mask a portion of the tokens, and we argue that this mask trajectory modeling approach exploits the kinematic redundancy of the soft wrist, and then by learning of the soft robot by learning alternative pathways during reconstruction, discovering the full solution space rather than deterministic ones. And then here are some example of our experimental results. As you can see, it's all retrieval-based approach, but based on the previous tactile experiences, the robot can nicely do this industrial level insertion task. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions or feedback, please come visit our poster. Thank you.
Which one is you? Yes. Hi everyone, I'm Bo. Today I'm presenting scaling cross-embodiment world models for dexterous manipulation. The key problem in this work is how to learn a single policy that can be deployed on different robotic hands for dexterous manipulation. The key challenge here is that different embodiments have varying kinematic structures and control spaces. To tackle this, our key insight is that embodiment-agnostic world models can capture a dynamics invariant to embodiments. Our idea is to unify different hands and objects into a single representation, concretely represent robot and human hands as well as objects or 3D particles. Robot actions can also be converted to particle motions. In this space, all embodiments share the same state action format. We can then train a single world model that predicts the next environment state given the current state and action for all embodiments in this particle space. And this model can be integrated with model predictive control. We sample joint actions, map them to particle space with 4 kinematics, and predict future states with a learned model to search for optimal trajectories. We first study how the model's generalization improved with cross-embodiment training. We collect robot-object interaction data in simulation on 6 different robotic hands. We then train the model on a subset of the hands and evaluate on one unseen held-out test embodiment. We have 3 observations. More training embodiments lead to better generalization on the unseen hand. With training on 5 hands, the model already outperforms direct training on the target embodiment. And the model performance can even be improved further if we co-train the model on both the target embodiment and all other embodiment data. For real-world deployment, we additionally collect human-object interaction data without using any teleoperation devices. We perform hand-pose estimation and object reconstruction using RGBD sensing to extract particle data. We evaluate 2 training recipes. One is to use real-world human data alone, and the other is to combine human data with robot data in simulation. The results show that co-training with both simulation and real-world data yields the best performance. Okay, the video is not playing. So qualitatively, we can show that the ability hand with 6 degrees of freedom is reshaping plasticine into letters X and R. And also the same model can be applied to a dexterous hand with 12 degrees of freedom for the same task without retraining. So despite very different control spaces, the shared state and action representations allow the model to be reused for different embodiments. And here we are actually showing that the same robot can actually shape the clay into letters T and A by coordinating multiple fingers, which is more effective than using 2 fingers for point context. So the key takeaway here is that a single model trained on diverse random interaction data can enable different robotic hands to perform deformable object manipulation tasks. So overall, we study 3D particles as unified state and action spaces for constructing embodiment-agnostic world models, and show that the generalization of the model scales with training embodiments, and the learned model can enable effective control on diverse robotic hands. Welcome to talk to us at the poster session.
Hi, my name is Benda, and today I'm going to talk about our most recent work, Dexumi. So Dexumi is a zero-TAT operation and a zero retargeting manipulation system. It is able to perform tasks including long horizon and precise kitchen manipulation without need of any real-world robot data. To do this, we use a human hand together with a wearable exoskeleton to collect zero embodiment gap robot data. So how can we achieve that? Dexumi addresses 3 gaps between human and robot hand, namely morphology, information, and visual gap. To bridge the morphology gap, we build an exoskeleton human can wear to collect data. This exoskeleton can string human hand's motion in order to match the target hand kinematics. Here's how we do it. Start with target hand URDF to build an exoskeleton which has the same kinematic and joint limits. However, naively build an exoskeleton in this way often cause collision between human thumb and robot hand thumb. Oops, sorry. Therefore, we use hardware optimization to create space for human while preserving fingertip trajectory. but the robot still lacks precise action to learn from due to the information gap. We use iPhone AR Kit to capture the 6-DoF wrist motion and a wide-angle camera for policy visual observation. The under-wrist camera can effectively capture hand-object interactions. The camera poles are the same in both the exoskeleton and the robot hand frame, ensuring visual consistency between training and deployment. We further install joint encoder at every actuated joint to capture hand motion, which can be precisely mapped to the target robot hand motor value. Finally, we install the same type of tactile sensor on the exoskeleton as those used on the target robot hand. Lastly, we want to address the visual gap between robot and exoskeleton, as a human hand and robot hand looks differently in the camera. We create a data processing pipeline to replace the human hand with the robot hand. With those methods being integrated, we actually test Dexterous system on 2 different robot hands. One 6-DoF under actuated inspired hand and one 12-DoF fully actuated X hand. We test on a sequence of tasks, including those requires precise, long horizon, and contact-rich tasks, and achieving on average 86% of task success rate. Yeah, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
I'm Stephen. Today on behalf of the wonderful team, we're presenting DexSkin. So human skin provides a rich tactile sensing stream that allows sensing over a large and contoured region. Replicating these capabilities for dexterous robot manipulation is a long-standing challenge. So towards a small step towards addressing this, we're introducing DexSkin. We focus on sensorizing a cylindrical gripper fingertips, and its foundation is a soft, conformable, capacitive tactile sensing skin. So let's take a look at how this finger is composed. First, a rigid PLA core forms a mechanical backbone of the finger, while a soft TPE sleeve provides a compliant substrate for the soft electronic skin, which is on the outside. The capacitive electronic skin consists of 3 layers. So firstly, there's an inner electrode layer composed of soft electrodes in vertical columns, an outer electrode layer composed of electrodes in horizontal rows on the body of the finger, and a dielectric sandwiched in the middle. And this forms a flexible capacitive sensor that can simultaneously resolve forces across multiple contact regions on the finger. So that's the basic structure of the DexSkin finger. And here, we attach 2 of these fingers to a gripper. Here we're visualizing the readings from DexSkin, and we're demonstrating the sensor's 2-point discrimination capability, as well as its remarkable dynamic range, which is sensitive enough to detect an object as light as a staple. So next, we'll test DexSkin suitability for robot learning. And apologies for the light. Our first task looks at spatial resolution, evaluating if the robot can determine the in-hand orientation of an object, and also reorient it while being robust to human perturbation. And the second experiment is motivated by the human use of the dorsal side of our fingers, testing if DexSkin can help perform the task of packaging this box by differentiating between new and damaged rubber bands. So one pain point for tactile sensors is that once you replace them, your out-of-distribution sensing outputs can cause pre-existing models to fail. So DexSkin addresses this by creating a rapid synchronization procedure that can align new sensor data with the original sensor outputs, thus reducing this challenge. For tactile sensors to be used in online RL, they must also cleanly translate the signals into task-relevant rewards. So here we want the robot to grasp and transport the blueberry without damage. So we first train an imitation learning policy without tactile info, add DexSkin, and learn a residual RL policy on top of the base. And the force and action rewards plotted over the course of real-world RL indicate the residual learns to adjust the base policy for gentler manipulation. And we can also see through the results that it is indeed gentler. Yeah, so some exciting future directions include sensorizing other morphologies, as shown here. Please come by our poster and look at our project webpage for more information. Thanks.
Welcome everyone, my name is Ece Kunduracıoğlu. Today I will present our work, Way to Framework for Tool Selection and Manipulation using Waypoint Representations. Tool use can be considered as intelligent for both humans and animals, and it helps us to extend our national abilities. Thank you. So if we want to introduce the robots in our daily life, we need to teach robots how to use these tools. So to address this problem, we propose our framework Way2, which is an end-to-end framework that jointly solves tool selection and manipulation problems. The key idea of our framework is waypoint representations. We use 3 waypoints to solve the tasks. Our framework starts with perception and it generates these waypoints and then uses these waypoints in a motion generation pipeline. What we try to do in here, we try to combine the strengths of both learning methods and the motion optimizer. We use learning for generalizability and motion optimizer for generating feasible and smooth motions. To train our network, we use self-supervised learning without any human annotations or any random explorations. We proposed an data collection algorithm for collecting our data, which can generate physically feasible solutions and diverse waypoint sets. Our data collection algorithm is autonomous and it gets a score that decides whether the sample is successful or not. Here I want to mention a little bit more detail about our framework. It starts with perception. We use GNN-based segmentation model to segment the point clouds, and we use the unified network to generate waypoints and the score. This score is used to select the best tools among the others, and then we give this waypoints to our motion optimizer, which is a nonlinear a program that uses gradient-based trajectory optimization. In our experiments, we tried 3 different tasks, mini golf, hammering, and lifting, and we used 3 tool families, hammers, L rulers, and spatulas, and we can observe that in the selection part, our model can learn to select meaningful tools according to the tasks, and we compare our method with different baselines, and our method outperforms them all. And in here, you can see some example videos. So in the mini golf task, it selects hammer to push the ball, and for lifting, it uses a ruler. And for hammer, it selects hammer like humans does. Thank you for listening to me. I can answer the questions in the poster station.
Great, thank you all for the spotlight talks. We have one quick sponsor talk from Wujihan. And after that, we'll have the poster session out there. use the space bar.
Hi, I'm founder CEO of Wujihan. We've just launched. I think some of you guys have already seen the video. We've just launched our Dexterous hand, and it has 20 degrees of freedom, 20 fully actuated, and every single one is driven by a brushless motor. And it has input and output encoders so that you can read the position directly from our SDK. And this is also the lightest direct drive Dexterous hand, and you can see those finger. Yeah, and it also has abduction degree of freedom, so that you can shake your fingers. Very dexterous and very fast. This is run through a teleoperation, so you can see the movements are very agile and the latency is really low. And we've done this all through teleoperation, and it has a fairly good success rate. For example, this I think this is probably the first Dexterous hand to hit a LiDAR, and success rate is about like 50%, something like that. So pretty impressive. And also you can use chopsticks to hold a ball, or so right now we are we take pre-orders, and so if you are interested, you can certainly go to our website. Our website is wuji.tech, and we also have our posting on Twitter and X and YouTube and LinkedIn, and you guys can find it. Just Google it, and you certainly will be able to find it. And also, we are going to have a live teleoperation demo right outside this hall, in the demo 2 poster, and booth, and we are going to so everyone can try it. It's going to be controlled through a Vision Pro. Yeah. And also, it's very robust. You can see it can go through all kinds of harshness, and the motor itself is very accurate, and you see the repeatability is less than 10 micron. So this is the skeleton of our hand. Another important feature is that we have a soft body tissue outside the skeleton, so that it enhances gripping and all kinds of grasp tasks, because human hands have soft tissues underneath our skin. Yeah, this is our social media, and you guys, if you're interested, you can certainly contact through our mailbox and social media. It's not publicly announced, so if you're interested, you can send email to our sales. But it's not going to be expensive, I promise you. It's probably the cheapest high degree of freedom hand.
Great. Okay, now we'll break for the poster session out there, and also Wuji has a demo out there as well. Thank you.
It must be down here with your problems and this is the page of
the battery is full. And if we start presenting with it, okay, great.
It actually worked.
Wow. Okay,
I can't believe this.
Yeah, first time.
No, it's worked here. Is it work for the people on
I
Zoom?
think it's screen sharing probably the wrong screen. It's giving the presenters. Looks good to know. I'm just checking this in. Unmute. No, yeah. Okay.
And it's half an hour, right?
Half an hour.
Okay, cool. And give me something, I don't know, like 5 minutes before the end or something, tell me.
Okay.
Yeah, or ideally it should be 25, that's fine, or whatever, something like that. Yeah. Just give me like a 5-minute warning. Okay. My talks are always improvised.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Okay.
do I need a mic or are we just, I use that?
Yeah.
I'll first
introduce you.
Huh?
You just speak directly into it.
Yeah. Okay.
Just adjust the.
And should we still wait for several years?
Yeah, we went too fast and easy part.
Give it 2 minutes and it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, he's unmuted, right? Yeah. The first half of today, he has no evening problems.
Do you have enough battery?
Yeah, he's full. So otherwise, I have my charger down here.
Yeah, half an hour last.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So in our afternoon session, we will have 2 remaining talks. The first one is a talk by Jitendra Mardik. Jitendra is the Arthur G. Chief Professor of X at UC Berkeley and VP of Robotics Research at FAIR Meta. His group has done research on many different topics, including computer vision, computer graphics, and robotics recently. He has received many best paper awards in vision and robotics and mentored many PhD students and postdocs, including myself. And without further ado, please go ahead, Jitendra.
Thank you. Thank you, Hausi, and thank you to the organizers. And yeah, I chose this title, How Should We Train Robots? It's a question, and I don't think I have the final answer. I don't think anybody has the final answer, but I will express some opinions and show some results. Okay, so this conference is called CoRL, right? Conference on Robot Learning. So it's presumed right now that learning is the way to teach robots. And if we compare to the fields of natural language processing and computer vision, to me, it seems very clearly that robotics is a bit behind. and in terms of how many of the basic problems are sort of mostly solved. And there's a very good reason for this, and this is the shortage of data. For language, they were really lucky because all the text is already on the internet, so they just could use it for training models. For computer vision, it happened because people started uploading images and videos once they had cell phones. So if you were working in computer vision before 2000, you wouldn't have had access to lots of images. Now, what do we need for robots? Okay, we need data on trajectories and dynamics and so on and so forth. And robots are not going around uploading that. And we could try to learn from humans, but humans are also not going around uploading the states of their joints and muscles and so forth. So we don't have the data, which is already available on the internet. So what are we going to do? So there are, I think, three leading paradigms, and they all have their pluses and minuses, and I'm going to take you through my opinions on that. So this is currently the most popular paradigm, particularly in the space of manipulation. It's teleoperation. So here's a demo. So this person, this is called Mobile Aloha from Zipeng, and this is a Stanford kind of operation. And what they're doing is he's collecting trajectories on the robot, but the human is kind of driving the robot. Okay, human is controlling the joints of the robot. And this is a leading paradigm from which we see examples such as, folding t-shirts and tying shoelaces and so on. Quite impressive tasks have been shown. And so by and large, I mean, a lot of this work is based on parallel jog grippers. And I personally dislike parallel jog grippers. And I think that if we want to have truly dexterous tasks in the home, for example, for home robots, then you really will need multi-fingered hands. And you really do need multi-fingered hands with tactile sensing. I think that there is a level of performance, particularly if you want to talk about home robots, which will only be achieved once we get there. I think parallel jog grippers are perfectly fine in a task-specific setting. I mean, in the task-specific setting, you put whatever tool we want as the end effector. But for generality, given the environment that humans live in, human hands are very appropriate for that. So first I want to draw attention to this work led by Toru Lin, who was the moderator for the previous session. And this is essentially, there's a paper presented at ICRA. It's a system called Hato. And the basic idea is, how do we make teleop work in this richer setting where you are controlling a multi-fingered hand, or in this case, two multi-fingered hands. So that's the setup. And the paper was published at ICRA, and I want to draw your attention to this paper. And it was cool enough that it had accurate enough control that you could play a video game on this. So this is, you are driving the robot to play the video game instead of playing the video game yourself. Okay. And with this, one could train policies. Okay, so let's see the policies. So let me hope the videos work. So these are bimanual tasks, right? Like picking up a banana, handing it over, picking up the stack of 2 bricks. You can see clearly that this you couldn't do with a parallel jog gripper. Okay, and then like picking up this wine bottle, maybe pouring from it, etc., etc. So the quote most popular paradigm today can in fact be extended to work with multi-fingered hands and tactile sensing. There's even more recent work from Vitak Former, from one of my students, Howran, working together with the team at Sharpa, and that shows very impressive results on even some long-range tasks. Okay, so that is the leading paradigm. Okay, but I want to critique it. Okay, and I have the following criticisms. The first criticism is that actually you have a human operating the robot, And so you inherit the limitations of the human. So in fact, you typically what is happening is that it's going through the human visual system. The input of what the robot is doing in the scene gets seen by the human, and then the human acts. So the human visual system is a slow system. There's approximately 200 milliseconds of delay from the image being at the retina to it being in the final stages of the processing and cortex. So you are going to add that slowness, that latency to the processing. So the hardware, the robot hardware may be capable of much more agile operation, but because a human is in the loop collecting trajectories, you pay a price. Additionally, currently, at least the systems don't make good use of sort of tactile and force feedback. So therefore, the human is handicapped in collecting the trajectory. So the trajectories that you are getting, which you are going to use supervised learning from, are like an inferior copy of what the inferior version of what the robot is capable of. So that's an important point. This is why we can't use this teleoperation style for training a robot to run. Nobody has tried to do that. We know it will fail because there's enough delay added by the human in the loop that the trajectories are not good enough. Whereas we know that we can train robots to run. The second point is that we collect this data and there is limited generalization. So to make it work in all the different settings, you need to collect data in all the different settings. And this may be just too big a hill to climb. I mean, we have numbers today about the accuracy of various of these systems. We don't yet have full scaling laws. What if it takes $1 trillion to collect that data, right? We're not going to do it. And then the data that we collect may be specific to one particular hardware, and when you switch hardware, you switch your robot, all that work has gone to waste. So I think there are certainly problems where today this is the best approach, but to me there are certain fundamental weaknesses of this paradigm. Okay, let's think a little bit about how children learn, and from this we are going to derive an approach to how robots could learn. So this is a model of how two aspects of children's learning. The first on the left, what you see is that an adult is performing a task, right? So the father is like doing some wiping of some with a sponge, trying to clean something, and the kid is observing, right? You can see the kid observing. And then in the second picture, what do you see? That just observing is not enough. You need to do the actions in your own body. Otherwise, by just observing how people bike, I would know how to bike. It doesn't work like that. I have to do it in my own body. And in particular, the kid's body is going to be different. I mean, she might be smaller than the adult, may have less strength, etc., etc. You have to learn the controls in your own body. Like this mixture of observation and then trying it out in your own body is a very dominant mode in how children learn a lot of motor skills. It's not necessary for all skills. I think that we can learn walking without, for example, when children learn to crawl, they're not doing it by observation. They don't see their parents walking on all fours, right? But for many motor skills, manipulation of tools, we learn as an aspect of our culture. Okay, so now the key idea here is just replace the kid by a robot. Okay, so you will have observations of humans, which could come through videos of humans, YouTube, whatever. And then the kid learning is how it's by trial and error, right? So that suggests reinforcement learning. And children do learn by trial and error. I mean, there's data that when children are learning to walk, they might fall 100 times in 1 hour. The minor problem is that children can fall and get up and walk, and our robots, when they fall, they cannot get up and walk, they break down. Our robots are more like 95-year-olds. When they fall, they break their hips and they have to be in a hospital for a month. Our robots are like 95-year-olds, not like 1-year-olds, right? So we are stuck. What do? So we have to go to simulation. So that's the standard answer. We can't do reinforcement learning in the real world, so we do reinforcement learning in the simulation, and then we hope that the sim to real can happen. But I like this paradigm. To me, there are these two stages, but for which both of which the data scaling problem is easy, right? The first one is data from video. We have millions of hours of video. Okay, the second part is reinforcement learning in simulation. Well, as simulators get better, and then it's just about putting in enough computing power. And then the problem of changing hardware becomes easy because a new hardware, you just change the URDF of the robot and then you're good to go. So I like this philosophically. I acknowledge that this paradigm is not fully worked out yet. For that matter, neither is the teleoperation paradigm worked out. But I'm going to try to promote this way of thinking about the problem. Okay, so I'll show you some results here. So one is a paper which is going to be presented at this CoRL, and I'll show you mainly the video from it. And this is a locomotion task, and this is from a team at Berkeley. And let's just check out this video. And it so this robot was trained from videos. So it looks a little bit drunk, but I think a bit more training could probably solve that problem. And very importantly, it's the same policy throughout. Okay, now you'll see some slides which hopefully show how it was. So it was trained with 100 human video demonstrations. And these are the kinds of demonstrations. So there's a person sitting down. I mean, you see all these examples. So these are all the authors of the paper. And then after that, from the human demonstration, this robot has been trained in simulation and then put out in the real world. So complex behaviors like, okay, by the way, this robot is not blind. It's got a LiDAR. Okay. So now let me explain a little bit how it was done. So this really requires, this idea is not new. Learning from videos has been talked about for at least 15 years. There's a paper I teach, which is sort of around 20, quite a while ago. What we are benefiting from now is that computer vision has just got better and better over the last so many years. So in particular, the technology of lifting from images and video to 3D has become really powerful. So here's a paper which was presented at CVPR, and it's basically about how from multiple cameras you can reconstruct the person in 3D and you can reconstruct the environment in 3D. And the details are not important. You can look it up if you are interested. So imagine what that enables. If you have this video of a person walking downstairs, what we have done is converted it into a 3D of the person and the 3D of the environment. So both the person and the environment are now in 3D. Okay, so that's what the top row of this is about. And now we can use this. So we call this 4D because the person is in 3D, the environment is in 3D, and you see the evolution over time. So here, for example, is a picture. So this, you started from collecting data, but now this has been fully 4Dified, and you can in fact render it from any view. So even if you don't have the view from the perspective of the robot, you can predict that because the entire space has been 3Dified. Now, what you do is going to be shown here, where you start from this this video, you reconstruct it in 3D/4D, and then you use that for training in a simulator. So let's see what happens. So this is the actual video, and this is the 3D reconstruction, and then this is the robot in a simulator. So that last step requires retargeting because the body of the human is not the same as the body of the robot. So you have to make some changes there. And then there's the environment which has been reconstructed approximately. But that's what you have. You have like 100 episodes like this of a 3D robot in a 3D environment. And then this is what leads to training this system called contextual humanoid control, and you saw all those pictures here. Okay, so now let's back to this paradigm. So this is an instance of this paradigm, right? Because you observe, the robot has the data from observation of a human, and then the robot has to do the task in its own body, because its body is different from the human. And when you observe someone else, you don't have access to the full state, right? Okay, now this paradigm is what we want to do. We want to make work in manipulation, and it's going to be much harder in manipulation. So let me sketch some ideas. So this is some. Let's say, suppose we didn't want to do it by learning from videos, and we wanted to train this robot to pick up a bottle of water and to pour the water, right? In this case, it won't pour because the bottle is, the lid is still on. So traditionally, in reinforcement learning, reinforcement learning is just a technique for solving an optimal control problem. You have to specify the cost function. And the cost function here has to capture the process of pouring water from a bottle. And this is a relatively easy problem. I mean, just think of the process of making an omelette. How are you going to describe it by a series of cost function terms? It gets more and more challenging. So here for this, people do it, and they land up they have all these intuitions about what is necessary for a good trajectory, and then they try to convert it to math, and then all of these terms are not enough. Then you need to have weighting for all of these terms, and basically this is what is the problem of reward design, and it is very painful. So people have been doing this, and for locomotion it works. Locomotion is fairly simple. The reward is for going forward and not falling down, and using minimum energy and being smooth and so on. So it's some 5 or 6 terms, quite easy to understand, easy to write down. But the reward function for folding a t-shirt, or the reward function for making an omelette, I mean, I don't want to do this, right? So we need a better way of here. And this is where your observations from videos should come to help you. So the dream which we have is that we want to learn from egocentric videos. So this is something we've been pursuing at Berkeley for at least 5 years. This big idea that what we need is data which can be from an ego or exo perspective. So ego perspective is the perspective of the human doing the task. These videos are from an ego perspective, or it could be from an exo perspective. So actually, when the child observes an adult, the child observes from an exo perspective, but then she has to do the task from an ego perspective, right? You have to do this translation of viewpoint. In my view, this is why the 3D route is the right way. I mean, there are different ideas that people have about how to learn from video, but I personally like the approach which says go to 3D or 4D. Why? Because if you can do that, then changing the viewpoint is easy, right? Because once you have a 3D object, you can, of course, just change the camera, and you can go from the exo to the ego viewpoint, or vice versa. But doing this is hard because making these into 3D is hard. And now let's say that we can do that. Okay, this requires research in computer vision, and I think the technology is actually getting there. We can reconstruct the hands quite well in 3D, and objects, we are almost there in terms of being able to 3Dify any arbitrary object. So now the task, there is one task which is now quite straightforward. It's like standard machine learning kind of task to build a predictive model of the future. So this could be called a world model, it could be called a video generation model, but basically it's about prediction. So we have lots of data where we have seen how the human hand moves in response to that to a cup that the person is trying to pick up. And we can have a model now which, with this initial picture, it has the skeleton of the hand and it moves it appropriately if the goal was how to pick up a blue cup. So this kind of a model can be trained from lots and lots of video. Okay. So now once we have that, how this solves the problem of predicting human movement, but we need to move the robot. So how should we move the robot, right? So and the robot's hand is not the same as the human hand. So the idea here is that you have to do some kind of retargeting, and there are lots of subtleties in that problem. One is that you can do trajectory by trajectory, and that's one approach. An alternative approach is that what you do is you try to you don't try to do matching trajectory by trajectory, but first you build a model of how the human moves his or her hand, and then when you're trying to move the robot's hand, a reward term is the robot hand should move in the same way as the human's hand would have moved. And the human's hand would have moved is a counterfactual. You're doing a prediction. So there's a human motion prediction model which you can train just from human videos. And then you use that to predict the next position of the fingertips. And now you have a cost, an error function, which measures the difference between how the robot's fingertips are and the human fingertips are. So that's a tracking error. And then you add other reward terms which correspond to achieving the task, like picking up the object. But the heavy lifting and the complexity which is specific is being captured by this tracking term, and for which we rely on video prediction models and video. Anyway, that's a basic idea, and you can put it in math. And then there are some various plots. All these plots look the same. They're all reinforcement learning plots. You want to show that after some number of episodes, the performance success rate has gone up and to the right. We always want up and to the right. And the failure modes are the learning curve which just stay at the bottom. Anyway, so this has been, here the demonstrations are in simulation, but I believe in this general paradigm. And I think that with this, we can make advances on this task of how to learn from video. Now, the other aspect of the problem is how do we get videos of hands and objects in 3D, right? So there are certain data sets out there. Okay, this is the famous DexYCB data set. Here's another one called Hot 3D. But look at these numbers. These are all very small. This is not enough variety. You ideally want to be doing things at the scale of YouTube. Okay, so this requires solving a computer vision problem. How are we going to detect the object being manipulated by the hand and make it into 3D? And like this data set, 100 Days of Hands has 27,000 videos. And I'm not going to explain the technique, but I'll just show you some results. We are able to do this at least in some fraction of the videos. It doesn't work all the time, but it works on some subset of the videos. And these are examples, and then this shows that they are 3D, because from an image you see the hand and the object, and you can look at it from different viewpoints. So this project is led by Jane Wu, who's a postdoc at Berkeley. And over a year or 2 years of effort, we have been able to get to this point where we can literally do it for 1,000 videos. And these are just examples. So this process at scale, so this is with university resources, but with more compute, you can scale up to hours and hours of video and thus have training data for the human model. And I will not get into the technique for how we do this. But anyway, the point is when you use real world YouTube videos, you automatically get a lot of variety and diversity. And this is going to capture the range of human behavior. Okay. And then I think I should be concluding now, and I'll show you some results which are purely, this is again advertisement for Toru's work, which she will present at this conference. But this is in the simulation paradigm. So this is to argue against this belief that, oh, we can't make simulation and real to sim to real work. So this is for a humanoid doing various kinds of tasks. So let's see these results. Again, you have to go to her paper to get all the details. And so tasks like, so I think like today we saw from Lucas the results which showed humanoid, really good looking humanoid results from Boston Dynamics, which were about which were all trained with teleoperation. Here we are trying to do it with simulation and sim to real. And there are, there's a variety of tasks: bimanual grasp, bimanual lifting, bimanual handover. And the point here is that sim to real is not like this hard, horrible problem we'll never be able to solve. It is a hard problem, but one can make steady progress. And my general belief is over time, the simulators will get better, our ways of understanding sim to real will get better, our ways of creating environments of the world in the computer, which is what you need for a simulation, those will get better because that's a sort of an application of computer vision technology. And then we will have our goal of training our robots to do anything. Thank you.
Okay, anyone have questions can directly go to the mic, and we have some time for a few questions.
So I guess my question is like if we have to reconstruct the the hand and object interaction like in order to transfer to the human like in 3D or in 4D, I feel like that's a high requirement even for today's computer vision, especially like for the occlusion problems. It feels like do you think like computer vision technique is up for this task, or like
the short answer is yes. So there is work which is published and there is work which is unpublished, and based on that I really believe this problem is solvable. I mean, it has been solved. I think that yeah.
Thank you for a great talk. It's very inspiring. I have a question. So if you actually go up to all the internet scale data for robotics, let's assume that happens. Do you think the evaluation metrics for robotics, it should still be success or failure, or should be more granular in order to evaluate robotic tasks so that it can actually grade it more toward a better performance?
Yeah, so I think we need different metrics. So we need one intermediate metric, which is just on, do we have good prediction models for humans? And that is of interest in itself. So the people who want to do video synthesis, they care about that problem. Okay, but then we have the metric for using these to train robots. And then we need to have metrics for those. And I agree with you. You need fine-grained metric for different tasks, because I think that in any application we have to go by that, right? So suppose you're trying to sell a robot for the home, well, then there are certain tasks which are important for a home, and you'll need to measure there. You're trying to sell it for assembly line in a factory, well, the metrics will be different, right? So you have to convince the customer that you are offering them value.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for a great talk. With your YouTube video data, transferring that into actual training data for a real robot, how are you grounding that in terms of, if you've got egocentric video, like obviously the human head could move a lot around in relation to the hands. How are you grounding that? And also, how are you getting the estimations for the objects? Are these like pre-known objects at the moment, or are you just generally, do you have some sort of model for generalizing that?
Yeah, so the grounding is happening because it's in 3D. So once it's in 3D, then you are not bothered by the fact that the head is moving, because that's like the camera moving.
Because you have like the whole scene.
Yeah, because you have the whole scene in 3D. And then your question is that the 3D reconstruction of objects, does it work only for a few specific objects, or does it work for any object? And it is necessary that it work for any object. And the scheme with the results that I showed you, it works for most objects, but not all, because the technique relies on retrieving from the web a model of the object. But this is not where it ends. I mean, this is, there's better work, more general work. I mean, what you should imagine is that there will be foundation models which can just deliver on this task.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm curious what you think of sort of trying to learn alternative representations from human videos, like maybe like learning flow or learning fully latent representations, or trying to learn like a world model for learning your transition function instead of explicitly trying to extract objects and hand poses and things like that.
I mean, yeah, these are different flavors, and I think people should try different things. I think the flow part is totally reasonable for me, because that is an aspect of the 4D model, which is the motion flow. It's just whether you care about the motion flow in 3D space or the motion flow projected to 2D, which is optical flow. I think that proof comes from the next stage when you train robot policies. So I have no religious position about it. I'm biased towards thinking that I think 3D will work better. It's easier because for a 3D, once you have lifted to 3D, then a physics simulator is the world model. You don't need to, like, basic physics is just the world model. That's it. You don't need to train a world model, because physics is like Newtonian mechanics and it's already there in the physics simulator. Now, what that won't have is social behavior, how humans interact with objects, which you need to learn. But the learning becomes much faster and much easier with a lower sample complexity, because when you've built in the 3Dness. But this needs to be proved. So I'm making some claims about how it will be in the future, but this will need to be proved.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Jiten.
Let's see.
Our next speaker would be Professor Bang.
Hi, thanks for the invitation. So what I'll be talking about today is generalizing over objects and environments with fewer number of parameters for robot manipulation. So the current idea in vogue in robotics is big model and big data, right? So you accumulate a lot of data and then put it into a large model. And the hope is that we would get a similar success that we have in natural language processing in robotics. But here's a problem with this approach. It just consumes too much power. So if you think about Meta's Llama Apelium model, it uses about 250 to 300 watts to just make an inference. Now, that's just for an LLM, which has to process a discrete set of symbols. And we can only expect the power requirement will be much, much larger for robots that has to process continuous stream of sensor data and then output a continuous a sequence of actions. But in contrast, if you look at humans, we only use 20 watts of power throughout the day. And this includes when we're asleep or when we're actively using our brain. So this tells me that there's a lot of improvement, room for improvement for artificial neural networks. And I believe to fix this, what we need to do is to discover something like CNN, but for robotics. So what do I mean by this? So if you think about CNNs, they do more with fewer number of parameters for images than standard neural networks, because they use the characteristics of the image domain and then build that into the architectural design. So I think this is what we need to discover, right, in order to scale the robot learning. And today, what I'm going to share with you is our last recent effort in this direction. And so in order to do this, I think what we need to do is to set up a domain. So Jan LeCun had MNIST to study his convolutional neural network and test it, right? So I think what we need is something like MNIST, but for robotics. And our choice is what we call general non-prehensile manipulation. And the objective here is to manipulate a non-graspable object because of environments or the object size and so on, and move it to a goal pose. And we want to do it without having predefined skills. And we want to be able to generalize across different objects and environments that are novel. Okay, so some of the example domains are shown here, right? So here is a cabinet domain, and we want to manipulate this toy bulldozer to this target pose. We're in the drawer setting. We want to move this pencil case to upright, right? And we have some kind of a suitcase, and we want to move this little circular objects to a goal pose. So these are some of the problems that we are interested in, and we want to train a single policy that does this. So why did we choose this problem? So we chose this problem because it involves fundamental challenges of manipulation. So in order to solve this problem, in order to topple, push, and pull the object to a goal post, the robot has to think about the context. So it has to think about how and where to make a contact. And once it makes a contact, it has to think about what forces and torques it needs to apply on an object to move it to a target pose. And with that, it also has to do a real-time perception. And besides the challenges that it entails, I think it's an important yet understudied problem in robot manipulation. So I think we do think a lot about prehensile manipulation, where we're trying to grasp an object and place it to a particular location. But when you think about it, humans use a variety of non-prehensile manipulation throughout the day, pushing, pulling, and so on, right? And our robots don't really have that capability yet. So we started work on this problem back in 2023, and the first thing that we tried the first success that we had was using deep reinforcement learning, trained in simulation and tested and sim real the policy into the real world and tested. And so this was the first success that we had. So this is an object that is too big to be grasped by a Frankopandas gripper, and the policy has learned to push, pull, topple the object. And we can generalize somewhat over different physical properties of the objects. So this is a non-rigid object. And we can even do it despite the human disturbance. So this is human disturbing the task, and robot does the job. This is a task where the robot has to move an object that is too thin to be grasped. Okay? And so it has to exert just right amount of force on an object to be able to slide it, but not so hard enough so that you can still reorient it. Okay, so it's a hybrid force and position control task, and you can do it through human disturbance as well. This is moving the object up on the wall, and it's using the environment to move the object to a target pose, and you can do it with a human disturbance as well. So we were quite encouraged about this result, and we were quite excited actually. But there was a few caveats, which was that it's not as general as we want it to be. So in the video that you saw, there were no generalization over object shapes or the environments. So for each object and environment pair, we were training a single policy to do a job. So we wanted to make it more general in the sense that we wanted to be able to generalize over novel objects and novel environments. And when we started to think about this problem, this kind of aggressive generalization problem, what we faced was that what we found was that this would require very high capacity models. So basically neural networks with a large number of parameters. And let me try to explain why. So if you want to generalize over environments, you would need a sudden changes in behavior. So for example, here, the robot is trying to pull out this toy crab out of this toy sink, right? And then put it onto a stove. And so when the robot robot is scooping the object, right? It's doing the scooping motion. But as soon as the toy crab gets out of the sink, it has to do a pushing motion to translate the object. So this, in terms of changes in the input versus the change in the output, as soon as the object height, the target object's height reaches a certain threshold, the robot has to suddenly change its behavior from lifting to pushing. And the problem was that the neural networks are not so good at modeling such sudden changes. So the neural networks tend to have what's called a spectral bias, which is a bias towards learning smooth and low frequency functions. And you can overcome this, but it requires a lot of data and larger number of parameters to learn these kinds of non-smooth functions. So what we turned to was what's called the hypernetworks. So hypernetworks are networks that consist of a weight generation network, which we denote with a G5 here, and a base network. And it works a bit different than the standard neural network in the sense that the G5, the weight generation network, takes in the input X and generates the weight that is tailored for that input. And then you instantiate your base network with that network parameters that has been generated by the weight generation network. So in some sense, you're tailoring your neural network for every input, for the input that you get. And both of these networks are trained end-to-end. And this tends to be more expressive than standard neural networks, because standard neural networks, if you think about it, takes in one input X, processes it through F theta, okay, and then makes an output. And hypernetworks, what it does is that it takes in X, it goes through the G5, the weight generation network. It generates the weight that is tailored for this X, and then instantiates the base network. And then this network takes an X and then produces the output. So what this means for our purpose is that we can model sudden changes in behavior now. Okay, so we can have weight generation network called G5, right? And then we can have a base network that gets instantiated with the weights that is predicted by this weight generation network. So now, given an input, right, your weight generation network is say, okay, if your input says you're far away from the object, okay, you should instantiate the parameters such that your policy would induce the reaching behavior. Okay, and once you reach the object and you're about to drop the object over this little cliff here, you should induce a dropping behavior by instantiating your base network with the appropriate parameters. And you could do that with a reorientation behavior. You could do that with a translational behavior. So you can basically create behaviors that you want for the given input. So we wanted to try this network, okay? But the problem was that the hypernetworks tends to have a poor training stability. And this is a very, I'm going to try to give you a high-level explanation of why this is. So if you think about neural networks, they tend to have about 1 million number of parameters. And so for hypernetworks, for your the weight generation network has to generate 1 million number of parameters, and it has to get it right. So if you get your weights wrong, your policy is going to be off. And this sensitivity towards your accuracy makes the training very, very unstable. So we wanted to fix this. And the only way to fix this, we believe, was to reduce the search space for the weight generation network. And this is where my students, Jamie and Junhyuk, came up with this idea of hierarchical and modular network, or HAMNet for short. So what they did is that they defined what's called the artificial model modules, a set of theta i's. these data I's, unlike the weights in the hypernetworks, gets trained in the training time, but doesn't change in the test time. In test time, what you do is that you take a linear combination of these weights, and your weight generation network, G phi, is just predicting the weights on these fixed set of weights. So your weight generation has a much reduced search space because it's now a linear function, first of all. And all it has to do is to predict the weight on each of these artificial model modules or set of fixed weights. And then you instantiate your policy. And so if you put it into a comparison with the hypernetworks, so hypernetworks here, the G phi has to predict million numbers for your policy. In contrast, the HemNet just has to predict these set of the module activations. So if you have M number of artificial model modules, the weight generation network just has to predict M numbers, right? And we set the M to be 8 here. And the artificial model modules and the G phi, the weight generation network, gets trained offline in the training time and do not change during the inference. Now, if we do this, what we found was that the HemNet could do just about the same with much fewer parameters than standard neural networks. So here's a little scaling experiment that we did. So on the x-axis, what we have is a number of parameters. And on the y-axis is a success rate. And this is the performance of the multi-layer perceptron. And this is what the performance of the transformer was. And so transformer uses about 12.1 million number of parameters, and its success rate was about 0.4. And this was a performance of our network. Okay, so we were just with about 0.43 parameters, a million parameters, we were able to do much better than the MLP or the transformers. And with this fair number of parameters, this is what we were able to achieve. So this is a task where the robot has to scoop up this complex shaped object from the sink and put it onto a stove. This is a robot operating at its near singularity. So it's trying to manipulate object high up at the top. And these objects and environments are all novel to the robot. Right? So it's all novel objects and environments. This is a particularly challenging setup where the robot has to move this little rolling object over this barrier and then move it across the top. And it has figured out that it has to manipulate top and bottom of the object in order to topple it over. This is a case where we have a little obstacle in between the object and the robot. So the robot has to be actively be aware of that obstacle and avoid it. This is with the obstacle on top. And it's doing these little reorientation movements. This is in the case where we have a drawer and we are trying to reorient the pencil case. This is with a little Nutella bottle. And you could do this over many different objects and environments. Okay, and we have many more on our paper. Okay. Another interesting thing that we found with this was that, okay, so the way our network is structured is such that we have a perception module that takes in the point clouds of the object and environment, and another perception module that takes in the robot state and the goal. And our generation network takes it in, has a little cross attention and then does an MLP and creates this embedding, which gets passed through a linear layer and which outputs then the module activation that activates different modules in your network. So what we did was that we took this little embedding, right, just before we predict the module activation, and try to cluster it and visualize it, and to see what we get. And this was the clustering of the UMAP of the Z, little z that we got. And what we found was that each of these clusters, okay, corresponds to a distinct skills. Okay? So what the policy has done is that it has automatically discovered these skills. So for example, a little red cluster corresponds to a lifting skill, okay, where the robot has to lift an object from the bottom of a platform to the top of the platform. This little blue cluster is a reaching cluster, so it gets this Z gets created when your robot is far away from the object, and you have to reach it while avoiding the obstacles in the middle. So you can see all these kinds of reaching behavior across within that cluster. This is a reorientation cluster without a ceiling. So one of the interesting things that we found was that it creates a different skill for with and without a ceiling. So this is a reorientation without a ceiling. And this is a translational skill, a translation skill without a cluster, without a ceiling. And so it does little translations. And then these are the ones with a ceiling. So presumably this was because if you have a ceiling, that you need a quite different movement. You can't just approach the object from the top, and so you need a quite different movement. And you're presumably near manipulator singularity when you're doing this. And so this is why they've created these separate clusters for these skills. And this is a little drop cluster where the robot, has to slowly, move the object from the top of the platform to the bottom of the platform. And the robot gets penalized if it completely drops the object from the platform, and that's why it thinks this little skill is important. And even there's an interesting, more interesting behavior where there's an intra-cluster variation within the skill as well. So within the lift skill, if you pick a little point from that star, right, it creates a movement that moves the object away from the robot. And if you pick the other side, and it moves it towards the robot. And similarly, if you move across top and bottom, it moves the object to the left, it moves the object to the right, and so on. For a reaching skill, it matters if you have what the ceiling height is. So this on the left, you have a high ceiling weight. To the right, you have no ceiling, and so on. So there's a lot of intra-class variation as well. So for these kinds of reorientation skills, there's a rolling direction that governs which part of the cluster you belong to. So what we found was that this kind of architecture in general discovers these kinds of skills on its own, right? And assigns a little representation for it. This is a little reorientation variation. And with that, I'll end my talk and take any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for a really interesting talk. That's a really interesting idea. I was just a bit curious on when you have this paradigm of learning all of these different tasks, can you just speak a little bit more about what exactly is required at training time so that you have this library of weights available for test time?
Yeah, so that's something that I didn't have time to talk about. But what we do in the training time is that we create many different randomized environments. So we use a lot of this concatenation of convex object shapes in order to create environments. And then we train the policy across these different environments. And we have a little curriculum that allows a policy to learn more smoothly. So the policy is exposed to a lot of geometric variation of the environments, and that's what gives rise to the diversity of the skills that it has learned.
That also diversity of the sort of reward functions you're giving the agents and things like that to sort of build those additional kinds of weights.
So surprisingly, the reward function is very simple, which is to get the object to a target pose, and the robot hand should get close to the object, and that's it. And I think there were some regularity terms, but besides that, we didn't design anything to discover these skills at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
question follow-up. So
Mhm.
As a hand network, as I understand it, it's like a combination of a few different networks.
Mhm.
And do you find any like emergent behavior of each of these single base networks? Does it like do something similar? For example, the first network do the pick and the second do the push, or each of network alone they don't do anything.
Yeah, we try to find that. We try very hard, but no. The short answer is no, and it's in the combination that makes it work. It's not the single network that does, I don't know, translational movement and so on. It has to be the combination.
I wonder if you like add some normalization constraint like the L1 lasso regularization on the theta.
Mhm.
Maybe something interesting will happen that each of network do something specially, but
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. We haven't tried that yet. Yeah.
but you think it's a combination is meaningful.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Thank you.